Alright, welcome back everyone. So, who's ready to see just how many carrots the game eats before I get Haru? Because we're here to pull, and we're ready to throw 30,000 at it if necessary. Look at how cute she is. Alright, let's begin. Oh good. It's a fantastic start. Not even a second SR. You get the banger music again too, that's true. The benefit of being stuck in prolonged pulling. Oh, okay, Gold Chip was just trolling as usual. So I did get a second SR. Not exactly what you'd call a great pull though. Or a pull set, for that matter. Hey, Stack. Thanks for the winning energy. Seems like we're probably gonna need it. What's with my camera? Okay. I think it's focused again. Actually, 1 second. I think the eye tracking is a little messed, because as soon as I turn my head, it like super squints for no reason. And that's not how it's supposed to work. Okay, that's better. That's true. Gold Ship will troll as she wants. Brass Wonder upgrade. Wrong Haru. Another Mayano. Oh cool, I got Haru, yeah. All's done, apparently. Yep. Well, this one's looking a little flashier. Oh look, another Haru! 1 sec, I just want to check something with the sound here. Okay, for some reason I thought the volume was off, like a little low, but must just be my imagination. Yeah, 2 Harus! Ha ha ha! I guess technically 3 if we're counting it across all the 10 pulls. Oh! It's an SSR, but is it the correct Uma? 4th regular Haru, 5th regular Haru. Oh, look, it's an opera dupe! Because of course, I can't get new Umas. Not my vulnerary. True, what am I at? Before we continue pulling. What am I at for opera here? Oops, that's apparently I can 4-star opera. Well, I guess at least the dupe did something, technically speaking. Yay, 4-star opera. Alright, we'll handle the other lower stars later. I wasn't sure if I had enough star pieces, that's why I wanted to check. What does 4-star do for opera? She starts with her unique at a one higher level by default, and then she gets a nominal boost in stats across the board. Same thing for basically everyone. A lot of tears, yes. So I might end up with, like, a 5-star gold ship if this keeps up. We'll see. A lot of chances to get my anode. But so, yes. Yeah, or gold shipped. Either or. Super Greek. Another incorrect Haru. Daiwa. And we got gold chipped. Another wrong Haru. Yeah. Now that we're looking for the alts, the game's like, oh yeah, you want Harus, right? How's the base Harus doing? We probably still need a few more copies. But we might have the base version at 4-star by the end of this. The surprise SRs keep being super Greek. There's a Condor. Man, these polls are, they haven't been great. Ether, thanks for the winning energy. It seems like we really, really need it, because the polls are not going so well. Hey, Nate. Against the Harus, how can they be bad? True. Yeah, I think that is the first copy of L. Mayano and Goldship have been hogging the spotlight. Also, Super Creek's trying to sneak in every now and again. The single SSR we got was a dupe, because, you know, that's just how it goes, apparently, for me. With all these Mayana dupes, sure we will have her at 5-star soon. Not a chance. I don't think she's even 4-star yet. I'll have to double check though. Well, that sure was a gate. Yeah, I'm willing to put the 30,000 in, which is when I get to hit pity and actually just choose Haru. You spend most of your luck playing Magic the Gathering with strangers at your local game store. I can have whatever is left. Appreciate it. Need everything I can get here. This is like as bad as when I was doing the Saiyan Skyfalls. You're kidding a lot, nice nature. Another Mayano. Where are we at? Man, 120 pulls in, single SSR, that's a dupe. Big yikers. You need to build up your luck for Arknights in 2 weeks. Alright, fingers crossed for you, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we had the operas. Actually, that's the game being cheeky too, I think. Because Opera has an alt here too, but we pulled the base Opera, which was also a dupe. Oh, apparently we're getting a Rudolph spook, so at least this one's new. The longer it takes, the longer we get to listen to the background music. True. That's why you don't touch gachas. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, what does Rudolph do for distances? She's someone who can technically sneak into sprint. If I wanted to try to get her into the Team Trials team instead of like running King Halo, but I guess her default distances probably make it so that actually her default distances definitely make it that it probably wouldn't be practical to go for it anyway. She does the full triple crown. Or he's just making sure I didn't do all the hoarding for nothing. I guess so. Base Haru is definitely a 4-star at this point. Well, coming up on Pity pretty quickly here. Haru knows that by stalling, she slightly boosts my odds of getting other new Hanses to play with, I suppose. Oh boy. Yeah, our stockpile. I mean, I was prepared to go down to basically nothing across all three banners, so technically we're still in the black. The desire sensor is super real on this one. Oh, the red door. Okay. I believe that means it's a guaranteed SSR. So one of these is gonna turn into an SSR. Needs at least 3 Mianos. Where are we? Looks like it's the Opera alt. Definitely the Opera alt. No, that is not Haru. I guess it's just like we originally got spooked by Biwa's ult too, and I was just falling for Ogre. She's got kind of a weird stat distribution. 14-8-8. But hey, I guess it's another Uma with actual speed growth. I didn't actually look at what she gets out of these. She has corner recovery. I wonder if that means... Okay, I want to look at this real quick. Yeah, she does get an 8 swinging maestro, so that's actually pretty good. What is her... Carol of Blessings? Increases velocity for a moderate duration when in the front part of the pack with 400 meters remaining. If at least 7 skills have activated, greatly increase velocity for a moderate duration instead. 7 skills? Really? It's a pain enough getting Ogres or a Tail 9 to activate. 7 skills? Really? Maybe it means for every Uma in the race. Yeah, somehow I don't think that. Well, okay. We have 2 more sets until Pity. Explains the weight growth? Yeah, I suppose so. Alright, well. I guess we have Pity regardless of if this gives me Haru or not. Oh, it's... Anime McQueen? Yeah, it's Anime McQueen, I guess. Well, it's someone I didn't actually have, so there's at least that. And I think the rebalance also buffed Legacy this strong, because this was an awful unique before. Because it requires her to run out of energy towards the front in the final corner or later. Actually, let me see. What is the setup for it now? Yeah, she just has to be a little under half now instead of completely out. Which I think makes it actually usable to some degree. Instead of... If it activates, you probably lost the race, which is how it was when she first released. Yeah, so I got McQueen and Rudolph, so those are new ones. And this McQueen can technically front run easily enough too if I wanted to try to build a front runner of some sort. So something a little different, I suppose. Wait, she has Dirt E, too. If I wanted to be cheeky, she could be like my third Dirt Runner, too. The Dirt CM. I don't know if I like her enough to do that, but technically speaking, it doesn't require any inspos. All I need to do is have enough starting sparks. Alright, well, beating my Haru. There we go.
My moment has arrived.
She's got... Her unique is called 114th times the charm, which is a reference to her losing 113 times consecutively in real life.
Time to tip the scales!
Wow, look how easy it is to get Haru! We just have to pull until the game feels bad for us. Easy. I just need to practice the baby doll eyes more, and maybe I can get it in less than 200 next time. What is... I thought I fixed my camera, but it's still doing that. Okay, that should be better, hopefully. Does she still have the cutscene on this version if I win a Rima with the alts? She should, because the career is otherwise the same. Just the different costumes alter the high stat payout events a bit. Her stats are a little bit different. She shifts growth out of guts into power. She also comes with Mile A instead of requiring me to bring a Mile Spark. Because the original Haru has Mile B for some reason. Which causes a number of headaches. And then she's got some better skills that are a bit more conducive to what she's trying to do. It's basically... It's Hard Worker. Yeah, I think Hard Worker is the gold version of Fighter here. Positioning skill. Sun Yielding is Spirit. Acceleration skill. Okay, now it's a velocity skill, but I mean, it's still something. And then, of course, Take It Out, which is same as Ogre, requires activating 3 other skills, which makes it kind of blah. Yeah, still stuck with Turf and Long G. So unfortunately, without the compatibility update, there's like no hope of getting her into the medium or long CMs. Which is why I'm super zeroing in on any sprint or mile CMs that show up, because it's their only opportunities. When compatibility update again? I think it was on the Japanese server. I think it was 2nd year anniversary. But the rebalancing was also supposed to come later, and that got pushed forward. So there's like a chance that they do it sooner. So we'll just have to see, I guess. In the meantime, I laser focus the sprint and miles here. Apparently, oh yeah, we get a carrot refund for having 30 trainees. Woo. So, I guess let's do... Oh, see who hit star unlocks here, too. Ray, 4-star vodka, I guess. Bread with jam versus bread with butter. I say neither, Kirby. The clear winning food in Suikoden 2 is raw tomato. You can't beat raw tomato. You would personally just be relieved to see her get over gym bloomers. You're not a huge fan. Yeah, I think I would have preferred it for her original outfit had like shorts instead of bloomers, but it is what it is. Yeah, Mayano's nowhere close to 3 or 5-star. It's like, we need 300 to go from 4 to 5. Made a decent dent, I guess, but... It'll like be many, many banners before I see 5-star on her. Actually, where's Gold Ship at? She's not quite halfway there. So even Gold Ship's not making that much progress. She's more than halfway there. No, she's not. She's at 87 out of 300. Star Bakushin. So I guess Haru caused that to go over a lot of thresholds here for 4 stars. Four-star is super great too, apparently. Haru had my team's best citrus art. Yes, using the power of friendship, she bolstered everyone around her. That's why I choose to believe. Including her past self. How often do they add new 1 and 2 Sarumas? I don't think they do. 4-star Kitaru. Although chances are, if I did a run with her, it would probably be with the archery alt. To see the new events that come with it. I guess King Halo also also hit 4-star. Yeah, so many 4-stars. Presence of Haru bolsters team morale. Thus, everyone goes to 4-star. That's how I choose to frame it. Yeah, let's just cap it out for her. Hard worker is probably the one I want the most out of this anyway. Wait, what did we get from the story event? Oh. This must have been from when I was doing team trials earlier and I didn't notice. So, I did some thinking, and I think I'm gonna put off. I think we're gonna have to do the story run for Haru some other time. Because if we do it now, there's no way we get through the 5 Boros with her in the stream time. Because even though hers would be for sure shorter than Tama's, it would still be like a 4 to 5 hour run. But hey, maybe if we get the A turf right away with a decent run, I'll flip over. Although I guess I should probably put those other ones towards Tama if we get that lucky. And then we're also doing... Is this the correct little ship? Actually, let's see.
How long have you been standing
$8.
there?
Thanks, the raid. How's Unicorn Overlord been treating you? Horsey girl go fast. Yes. And we are trying to make Haru go very fast. He just finished up Elheim today. Nice. So you're getting into the furry zone. You did some BG3 with the wife. Okay, I'm not too familiar with BG3. I had plans to play it, and I was waiting for it to go on sale, and I forgot to look, and now I've just kind of left it on the back burner without doing anything. So at some point I have to see if I can catch it on sale, though I don't know when I'd find the time to play it. It's supposed to be super long. Sometimes you wish that all gachas were like Mahjong Soul, where all the banners are purely cosmetic. I mean, it's sort of started like that, at least in like North American gacha, at least as far as mainstream stuff goes. Because like for all the MOBA stuff and like say initial Overwatch, I don't know how Overwatch is doing it now, but it was all skins and whatever. So purely cosmetic stuff that people would buy. But I think as time has gone on, the companies have started to take more cues from Korean MMOs. And like, but what if we gave people advantages? Charge them $100. If I don't restart a million times, it's about a 40 to 60 hour game. Which, that's still a pretty sizable playthrough. I guess it's nothing compared to Persona games, but people take a long time because they redo their character 15 times. I also have a tendency to wander off in the Baldur's Gate games. Because like the first Baldur's Gate took me probably close to like 100 hours because I was just wandering off doing side quests. Not even because I intended to do the side quests, it's just because I was exploring. And one thing led to another. Like 24 times. And Baldur's Gate itself is just like a massive, massive time sink. So, because it's an actually like large-scaled city that takes up an entire disc of its own, which I mean doesn't sound impressive now, but back in the day, that game was a 5 CD game, and the Baldur's Gate city took up an entire CD on its own. I'm pretty sure I spent like 20-25 hours on that CD alone just because that damn city is so big. When I think about it, these banners are purely cosmetic because the stories are the only things that matter. You know what? It's true. The stories are like the main thing that drew me into the game and keep me playing the game. The only problem is that to actually stream the stories, it takes like most of a stream. Alright, good night, Teller. Thanks again for the raid and have a good sleep. And see, even with the second game was a bit more constrained in terms of just letting the player wander off into the wilderness, but still. Pretty sure I ended up spending like upwards of 70 or 80 hours because I was checking every nook and cranny in the places that it did let me explore. Sounds like your Horizon playthrough next year, or last year. I guess I'd probably be more controlled about needing to fill out every single map I encounter these days, but still. I would definitely wander off. Should probably actually grab... like, surely one of these... Actually, I think I have a... Although that gold ship I was about to use there does have end closer spark, so if I wanted to run Haru as end closer... Otherwise... The Turfei has probably best odds if I pick this Opera from back when I was building Haru Rima Sparks. Because this is an 8 turf. And while it's technically overkill, this gives us 6 chances each inspiration of rolling against it, whereas it'd be just 4 if I was running the gold ship. That said... the white sparks on these grandparents aren't amazing. If we... think that's the wrong one. Which one is it? Ah, there we go. Because we have a problem with the parent sparks on this gold ship, but... Like, this air group brings a 3-star Nimble Navigator and ramp up. Straightaway acceleration. It brings in my Super Creek with a ton of good white sparks. Including more Nimble Navigator. So... It would probably... For a high-ish roll of results, it would probably be better to use this set. You just goof off and then you forget the plot. Yeah, that's kind of the problem when there are, like, lengthy side quests. It's easy to get distracted for, like, 5-10 hours on, like, a chain of side quests that happen to be clustered in an area. Then it's like, wait, what were we doing again? And I know those games have a journal, but also they were kind of, like, not very good to use. There was not a lot of quality of life in the first 2 games for actually scrolling back to whatever and trying to figure out what happened again. I imagine 3 has to have improved upon that, but... Alright, are we... I guess the decision here is if I do want to try doing her as an end closer or stick with trying to do late surgery. I suppose if I'm picking that... Oops. If I'm picking that end closer spark, I probably should look at doing end. Because her skill scales up the further back she is, so in theory, it's stronger as an end closer. Because, like, the description for it is, gives max effort when far from the lead on the final corner, moderately increases velocity steadily for a duration proportional to the distance from the lead. I guess the detailed description given by Gamatoria is, the further you are from the front during the final corner, the more your speed will increase. It starts at 0.25 and has special scaling, which... Actually, Gamatoria has the multiplier. Shockingly, since it didn't have it for the Ignited Spirit stuff. So the multiplier is between 0.8 and 1.6, scaling linearly from the distance from first place. Final base duration will be between 4 seconds at 0 meters and 8 seconds at 50 or more meters. So in theory, an end closer would be more likely to activate it at max power. So max velocity boost would be not quite... It's not quite as strong as, say, Ogiri's Triumphant Pulse, but 0.4 is still a significant velocity boost. Alright, well, if we do this, I need to also change the end closer deck, because we can't have Haru as a friend for Haru. Which means... Actually, I guess I need to swap in Hishi. Ooh, this is adding a bit of extra RNG. So I need to get straightaway Spirit from Hishi. No, we probably shouldn't need Rico for this, so... At least not for Haru. She doesn't do, like, mediums or longs. So I guess I can bring in Air Shakira to see if I can also get a straightaway sprint from her. I guess if we're not doing late surge, that means we don't need to take the nice nature whip, so we can take fine motion for stat sticking. Alternatively, I could also grab... I could say we just take whatever wit we can get, and I grab vodka and go mega hard on power. So we do this. It does mean our wit will probably be a little bit weak for her, but... For the sprint CM, power is pretty important, so... It would probably make up for it if we could get over 1,000 power here. Actually, she has a 20% power growth, so this might even hit 1,200. Hello, Ishii, don't troll us. Ishii does seem to be, like, relatively consistent at giving it out, but... Since I'm paranoid, I'm bringing in 2 sources of it. This is why, like, Tama has a pretty good time with end closing, because she just has straightaway spurt in her base kit. And that's also why people like Narita Taishin for end closing, because Taishin brings in the gold version of straightaway spurt. Get rolling on this. Hello Noxu, welcome to the chat and to the stream. Sweep Tosho spotted, yes. The game should stop us when it hits any of her costume events. So I'll read through those when they occur. Hey Tailside, you missed the falls! And we had to go to Pity. The desire sensor was strong. Yeah, my polls were pretty rough. I had to go all the way to Pity. And I got 3 spooks, but one of them was a duplicate regular opera. And then I got a banner pull. That was the alt opera. So now I have both operas, I guess. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just be that way. Because we technically got fairly lucky on the Tama banner, so... Man, why do all my good turns fight each other just like constantly?
ワクワクするね。なんだろう。
So then they all scatter and give me like turns where no one's together. Well, I guess it's still doing alright here.
いくよ。
Big whip turn.
なんだろう。
Yep. Ah, yes, of course the ads hit right as we get the costume event. Alright, I guess I'll go refill my water while the ads play out so that I'm not reading this out in the middle of them, so I'll be right back. Alright, Shanrook. Is my camera being... Alright, now it works fine. Alright.
The wind feels great! I could train here for hours!
We've come here for the occasional change of pace. Seeing Haru running and jumping about with excitement, I'm reassured that this was the right idea. As she proclaimed, she's already training away under the into the clear blue sky.
Look, a squirrel!
Despite several such lapses in concentration, she thankfully stays on track and completes her morning training routine. What happened?
What do I do? I forgot to bring lunch. The meat, the veggies, everything. We're training outdoors today? Then let's have a barbecue for lunch. Leave the meat and veggies to me. And trainer, you bring the tools. Yay, this will be so much fun.
We stare in gloomy silence at the lonely barbecue set plopped down by the creek. Guess we've no choice but to head that.
Let's go fishing.
Huh?
I saw some in the stream earlier. Wait for me, I'll catch some.
Without waiting for a reply, Haru dips her feet into the currents. Worried that she might slip, I quickly follow after her.
Wow, the fishies are so fast! You can't outrun me! Wait up! Did you see that? I couldn't catch them at all. The fishies were so fast, like whiz and whoosh! I want to be as fast as them.
Despite Haru's best effort, the fish keep evading her grasp. I know that she must be tired and suggests I take over, but...
I'm not tired at all. Don't worry.
She doesn't look like she's forcing a smile. In fact, her expression looks even brighter than when we started.
It's more fun when there's a challenge. Did you notice? I'm catching up to the fishies little by little. Just now, I slightly touched one. My heartbeat just went crazy. I'm so glad it's not easy, or else the fun would be over too quickly. Alright, I'm gonna try again.
That's right, she's always been like this. It's not that I've forgotten, but to experience it in person again. Don't rush it, let's observe carefully.
I did it! I caught one!
She turns to me sporting a smile you can't help but want to cheer on and on. Pace strategy? Oh wait, yeah, right. That's not a pace chaser skill, that's for when she's passed. I don't know if I'll be taking that. Especially since this is the sprint sim. And, I guess we didn't get any stats out of that. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, she caught them with her bare hands. That's just how skilled Haru is. Shall we put this to the test? See how her unique does. Doing this as a light. It's probably a good thing she forgot to bring food anyway, she might have accidentally packed things. Oh boy. Come on, Haru. You can do it. There we go. What a difference having an actual or velocity skill makes.
見事に完勝メイクデビューを制しました2着2番3着は4番あわわわやったー
Yeah, Haru no lose debut.
ねえねえ練習どれにしようってなったらおみくじで決めるのどうかなきっと楽しいよ
And now it's time to get her a bunch of stats.
いくよ今年の私は一味違うよ
Does New Year Haru have a better chance at the Rimakines or still very hard? It would still be very hard. Because it all comes down to the sparks still in the end.
よしやるぞ
But it would probably be a little bit easier just because the velocity unique is so much better than the recovery unique original form has. So it would, assuming actually getting the aptitudes, the actual race would probably be a bit easier. Blood Moon Meadow? Yes, we are training Haru. We had to go to full pity to actually get her, though.
ちょっと付き合えよ なんだろう
Oh, Air Shakira providing the straightaway spirit. Now, will the game provide the rest of this stuff, which is, yeah, the two turf sparks we need. It should technically be trivial compared to getting the sparks we need for Rima, but you know. Sometimes game just be troll. Guess we'll do a speed burst here. Also, I'm thinking, going forward for Tama and Haru, I'll probably be doing a safe route through Unity. Because, like, nothing would be more tragic than getting the A aptitude and then having Zenith kill us. So we'll take the slight hidden potential stats to give the better chance of beating, or I guess the more consistent chance of beating Zenith. Do we actually want to be taking... Because we are running 3 speed cards. And the decks also, or like the legacies are providing some speed sparks. So like, theoretically we probably want to take the flat wit here, but... yeah, let's do the wit. That would be a very large power turn. However, it has a very large failure chance. So we'll get it another time.
お参りやるわよ合体魔法今年の私はふむふむ今の
So let the spirit burst here on stamina. Like, we don't need as much, but we still need at least some. Particularly for when we get to the G1 miles. This team is actually definitely in a place where it could decide where I would normally probably go for the greed route, but
いいくるよ注目の一番人気10番さあスタートです各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは9番6番8番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うらら9番会長に飛ばしていきます先頭は9番単身で飛ばしていきます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番第1コーナー回って第2コーナー先頭を行ったのは9番続いて8番9番8番2人の競り合いは続いている
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
さあ花に立ったのは9番このままリードすることができるか続きました8番4番3番手4番手5番後から6番さらに春うらら外目をついて3番その後ろから1番その後ろに2番その外並んで7番後方2番手に12番11番最後方からのレースになりました意気揚々と先頭行きます9番どうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
the nice thing about the New Year's unique is that it turns any bad luck into a further boost.
3番並んできたそして1番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート。
切り札はこれだ勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは9番ハルうらら前を狙っているぞ並んでくる4番最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ4番ここで抜け出した残り2曲先頭4番しかしその差はわずか食い下がる9番4番リードは1打数2番手争いは3
Couldn't
番
quite break out
4番
there.
今1着でゴールインか私頑張ったもんね
Sad.
みんな頑張ったもんね今のワクワクするねトレーナー
Let's have a snowball fight, trainer!
A snowball fight.
あのね
Yeah! To tell you the truth, I'm trying to try lots of new things recently. The other day, a friend taught me knitting. Oh, and yesterday, I made omelet rice.
That's impressive.
Yep. Even though my knitting turned out all tangled and I burnt my omelet, it was super duper fun.
でね
So I want to try a snowball fight next. My friend from the shopping district invited me to play. It'll be 2-on-2 with prizes at stake. Seeing her this eager to challenge herself, I can't find it within me to refuse her. Okay, let's do it. Yeah! Let's win it too! It's completely snowed over! Isn't it pretty? Aren't you cold wearing that? I'll be fine! I'll get nice and warm soon enough. Plus, it's easier to move around. Oh, everyone's already there? Here! Hi guys, I brought my trainer along! Haru's eyes meet those of the other participants. Behind their friendly smiles lies an air of fierce competitive spirit. Hurrah! We won't lose you today! Bring it on! Okay, we aren't losing either, right, trainer? You got that right. The rules are simple. Get hit with snowballs 3 times and you're out. Utilize the snow trenches available and topple the plastic flag into your opponent's field with the snowball. Understood? Let's think of a strategy. A strategy? Wow, you sound just like a commander. I gotta think too. I think we should make a lot of snowballs. Should we make and throw them together? Or should we do those separately? What do you think, Commander? I consider all the ideas she throws my way and put together a strategy soon after the snowball fight begins. I think we've made enough snowballs. What about the other team? The team in question launches snowballs in our direction at periodic intervals, as if wary of our advance. That's funny. But the openings make it possible to deploy their projectiles while invading deep into their territory. Time for us to go on the offensive. Roger, I'll break their ranks so you can protect the flag, Commander, and... Cover me, please! Will you be fine on your own? Yep, don't worry, it's a competition, so it's no different from a race. I'll whoosh through and win at a bang. Sit tight and cheer for me. I'll make sure our strategy is a success. Snow scatters into the air after each footstep. As Haru charges into the enemy's territory with several snowballs in hand when she returns. Aw, no, we lost! They were amazing though. I tried zipping past them, but then those three snowballs were like pow pow pow! They must have had a number of strategies up their sleeves too. We'll do better next time. Yeah, let's win next time! Alright, I got some snowflake stickers for participating. I'll share them with you later. This was so much fun! And we even got stickers! I'm so glad we participated! Haru Aurora hops and skips atop the snow as if to show everyone her joyous mood. Hooray, wind boost, I guess. Yeah, speaking of wind boosts, although speed turn's pretty tempting too. But this sets up a spirit burst with Hishi. Ooh, this sets up a spirit burst with Halo. I think I'll do the Witch because it also puts our energy in a good position for if we get another good turn. Well, and then Halo swoops in to get that energy back. Halo Y. Are you jealous that we didn't pick your turn? The 3 hints on curvature.
目の1番人気4番春うらら。
実力は完全に上。
輝くスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは13番、12番、11番芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、13番快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭は13番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は桜爆信号。少し後ろから12番、4番手、11番、6番続いている。少し離れて5番、少し後ろから10番、そしてその内を回って春うらら。外には16番、さらに14番、そしてその内から行ったのは2番、その外並んで8番、15番並びかけてきた。内9番、後方2番手に7番、3番、最後方からという体勢であります。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれだ。
さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。まだ牽制し合っているのか。互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは13番春うらら。並びかけてきた。栄光まで4
Haru sucking stuck.
かわして先頭に立った。外から上がってきたのは春うらら。飛び込んできた春うらら。春うららまくって上がってくる。200を通過。桜爆信号。苦しいけど粘っている5番。先頭に変わった。かわすか春うらら。差し切ってゴール。鮮やかに差し切ったのは春うらら。2着。
No, it's kind of a just barely, which is not great on OP. Want to stay there as long as possible. She liked it there, I guess. Of course, we don't have the energy to make this. I think that's safe. I would have really liked to go for it, but 25% is a little too much, even for a relatively large base. Alright, come on, let's see some turf sparks. Come on. Oh, we got... Wow, did we just get 2 turf sparks? I saw an A there. We hit our A. Okay. Now we need to survive the career. And not lose to Zenith. We didn't get the best stats out of it either, so that might make it a little tougher to do this, but we'll do our best. I guess that's what I should be used to after, you know, how many times of needing to put up with really crap inspirations doing the Arima for her. Okay, fine, I'll go win now. Apparently. That is a very large power turn. Yeah, it's game, I know. I have that G3 scheduled for a reason. Alright, I think I'll rest here. It's potentially a bit of a waste, because we might overflow, but... I want to go into summer with good energy. You know, actually the A turf also means we could adjust her agenda too. We could do... We could do some other G1s here, like there's Sprinter Stakes. Which could solve most of her fan issues, just like immediately. There's also the Mainichi Okan. Yeah, this actually opens up a lot for us. Actually, even on this day, is there anything better? Yeah, we could do the turf sprint here. Instead of the unicorn stakes. It's worth more fans.
注目の一番人気13番ハルウララ。
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは大気シャトルミホノブルボン9番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。さあ花に立ったのはミホノブルボン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番2馬身3馬身開いて大気シャトル、さらにカレンちゃん1馬身離れて9番差がなく5番少し後ろから2番ハルウララ並びかけてきた。内を回って4番そして内目を
Should actually look at the fan requirements on the Sprinter 6 too.
8番少し後ろから11番ミホノブルボン先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。切り札はこれだ。
ミホノブルボン、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
I think it's relatively low.
第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来る
But
か。
Haru's always fighting with fans, or accumulating fans, because the dirt output kind of sucks. So even when we can swap over to doing turf stuff, she's already still at a bit of a disadvantage. Alright, that went fairly smoothly. Wait, we're 8. How are we 8 spirit bursts in already? What happened? I guess we hit a couple of double ones for a ton of stats on her, but that's a little crazy, not gonna lie.
Haru スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
進行ウィンディ先頭に立つのか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは10番差がなく7番それを見るように3番11番追走その外並んで12番さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。進行ウィンディ早くも先頭に躍り出た。続いて3番3番手に11番内から7番差がなく10番1馬身離れて12番内を回ります。4番少し後ろから5番そしてハルウララ内から6番後方2番手に2番最後方9番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。進行ウィンディどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。 息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。先頭は変わらず進行ウィンディ。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は3番、3番手には11番内、7番すぐに続いて10番、さらに4番少し離れて12番、差がなく5番春うらら追走、内6番、その後ろに2番。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
栄光まで400、春うらら食い下がる。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。残り200、これはすごい。3番手争い
We're not catching our own team,
先頭相手に進行ウィンディ。
And she's blowing everyone else away, so...
進行ウィンディ強い走りだ。このレースの主役は間違いなくこの子で
Looks like my luck's better than yours. At least as far as this run is
これ
going.
以上ない結果をチームへと。
The actual polls were pretty sketch. You got your first Arena Brian from the free 10 poll. Congrats. Because I had to go to I went to full pity on Haru, so I put 30,000 carats into getting her.
私たちウィナーです。 どんなトレンド。
Big power turn, so take that. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the sprinter stake stuff. Before we get too deep into summer, let's... Ooh, 15,000 fans or more. So we'd have to do like another race here. So I think that's out. I don't think we can do that. Let's schedule the G2s instead. Actually, let's do it through here, because this will stop me if I end up choosing... Yeah, okay, let's use Centaur Stakes, or schedule Centaur Stakes. Wasn't there? No, I guess there's no G2 mile there. Is it this one? Yeah, okay, the Mainichi Yokan. It's a potential Swan Stakes. So we'll take all of these. Because let's see. So we want to make sure we make the fan count. So we probably do these first. Since it'll be kind of too late to course correct if something goes wrong with JBC Sprint or the Champions Cup. And like, these G2 turfs are worth more fans than the JBC Sprint anyway. So it might just be better to do 2 G2s than skip the JBC Sprint. And let's see. So we want... Yeah, we needed 40,000 for the first one, 60,000 for the second. And we are at... We're only at a little under 12k. Actually, let's see. Because we could probably do... We could try to do the mile... Well, and we need to get 15k for the Mile Classic, or an Mile Championship. But that'd be worth more than the Champions Cup if we can get that. So I guess let's see what we can do here. I know I said power is important, but we need some help with speed too.
どんなトレ張り切っていこうお参りの時
So, I think I'm gonna grab... We're gonna grab Curvature, because like, we have 3 hints on Curvature itself and Corner Adept, so... It's very hard for this to be more discounted than it is. Basically relies on Fast Learner. This will give us a leg up, especially since we'll be going against tougher competition here.
注目の1番人気10番春うらら
実力は完全。
出走だ
美しいスタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそう
Late
ですね。
start sucks, but also we're late surgers, so it's probably not too bad. We're also pretty overstaffed in the first sprint.
先頭行ったのは5番、続いて8番、5番と8番、2人とも花は譲りません。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
5番先頭に立ちました。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番、2馬身3馬身開いてエルコンドルパサー第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線。
リフだわそれだ
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。春うららここから仕掛けどころだ。さあこれから坂、2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。外から春うらら驚異的な末脚エルコンドルパーサー抜け出した。残り200、先頭は変わらずエルコンドルパーサー食い下がる7番エルコンドルパーサー。
Haru, you need to accelerate a little more there.
お見事エルコンドルパーサ
三着すごいでしょ
Third. What a load of shit.
注目の1番人気6番ハルウラ
出走だ
美しい。さあゲートが開い
God
た。
damn it.
各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。先行争いは12番14番エルコンドルパサー期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ12番会長に飛ばして行きます。ハルウララ落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。先頭は12番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは14番2馬身3馬身開いてエルコンドルパサー。それを見るように16番差がなく西のフラワー。それを見るように8番少し離れてオグリーキャップ。4番内から行く。さらに外ウォッカ外から行く。グラスワンダー。さらにその内からはハルウララ少し後ろから11番外を回ります。7番その外並んで10番その内並んで3番それを見るように1番大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれ
So we keep not getting curvature
勝負
either.
になるかハルウララ前を狙っているぞさあ外から先頭を伺うのは西のフラワーハルウララ外で足を溜めていますエルコンドルパーサーここで抜け出したハルウララ内で様子を伺う最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのはエルコンドルパーサー400を切りましたハルウララ仕掛けてきたハルウララ角い足だ並んでくるハルウララハルウララここで抜け出した残り200ハルウララリードは1馬身ハルウララ足色は衰えない先頭は変わらずハルウララ1着はハルウララ
Oh, that's better.
他の馬娘たちをねじ伏せ
Probably have to do more racing to make up for that last third place too. Let's see. Charming doesn't really help us here, but man, do I want to take the minus 20 energy. 40 skill points is a lot, but minus 20 energy is also a lot. I don't think there's anyone to use the Charming with either. I guess I'll take the skill points.
なんだろう、すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。
Technically not an especially large speed train there.
なんかヘロヘロかも。
So what are we looking at here? We're at 25,000.
なんだろう、すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。
There's 14,000 there. What is our full race bonus?
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Or not race fan bonus. So we're looking at we're at 57. So 57% extra is a pretty sizable bonus. So those two races, assuming we win, are worth close to 22,000. So in theory, winning Champions Cup or the NHK Mile would be enough here. Or not NHK, the Mile Championship would be enough. So maybe... So we'll drop these other races from the schedule. See if we can win the Mile Championship. If that fails, we do the Champions Cup. We could also potentially just try both to see if we can create a buffer. Start the Maestro event? I mean, that happens occasionally. It's always weird when that happens.
ち上げ時間をあげるわ。今のうららは
Is there anything we're willing to grab that would help out here? Not especially. I guess the main thing would be if we give Mummy a hug early. Yeah, I guess let's grab it early.
そうだ、トレーナーのおかここは負けられない一番人気5番出走だ。
長く今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは美穂のブルボン、サイレンス鈴鹿、1番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら先頭をかけます。サイレンス鈴鹿、美穂のブルボン、並んできた激しい先頭争い。外目をついて18番、1番、4番手、差がなく14番、そしてその内から行ったのは2番、1馬身離れて7番、外から菱明物、1馬身離れてアグネスタキオ、少し離れて13番、4番、内から行く1馬身離れて3番、春うららこの位置につけています。少し後ろからゴールド7、それを見るようにオグリーキャップ、内尾行ペガサス、後方2番手に17番、15番、最後方からという体勢であります。美穂のブルボン先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
美穂のブルボン、
切り札はそれだ。
第4コーナーカーブ、
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
アグネスタキオン、ここで抜け出した。先頭は見合ったまま、果たして抜け出すのは誰か。4着を切りました。最後のコーナー、先陣を切ったのはアグネスタキオン。春うらら内をつく、すごい足だ。春うらら3段を目指して加速する。200を通過。2番手争いはサイレンス鈴鹿、菱明物、美穂のブルボン、ここまでか、かわすか。春うらら並びかけてきた。美穂のブルボン追いすがる春うらら。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
There's little quotes for comfort, but she managed to steal it from Bourbon. Oh, power boost from the end of the vodka chain. Love to see that.
今年の私
注目の1番
It's
人
definitely the right choice if I give Mummy a hug early. Because I think that acceleration is the only reason we caught up and overtook Bourbon.
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、桜爆心王、スマートファルコン、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー、このままリードすることができるか。桜爆心王続いている。激しい先頭争い。1馬身離れて3番スマートファルコン、4番手、ここまでが先頭集団。桜爆心王先頭に立ちました。向こう正面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。現在1番手はマルゼンスキー、続いて桜爆心王、スマートファルコン、3番手内を回って3番外で2番待機シャトル並んできた。そのうち並んで9番、その外並んでオグリキャップ、その後ろ10番、さらにはエルコンドルパサー。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。さらに5番少し離れて春うらら、そしてその内から行ったのは13番少し離れて16番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか。
切り札はそれだ。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。まだ差がある。 中かマルテンスキー、リードは2馬身。マルテンスキー、足色は衰えない。春うららとマルテンスキー、2人の
Nah, I didn't quite beat Marzinski there. But second place is still worth a lot, and gives us a buffer for if something bad happens with February stakes.
ナイスちゃんとやる気満タン、絶好調だよ。
I think I'm gonna rest here, see if we can get a better turn coming up. Would be nice if my speed cards would actually line up together on speed. We are using 3 of them.
始まる前からうららーな感じ。いくよー。8番春うらら、4番青春杯。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
2番と待機シャトル、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気キングヘイロー、2番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは2番、このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は待機シャトルキングヘイロー、ここにいます。4番手春うらら、3番続いている。少し後ろから5番、それを見るように1番、その後ろに4番6番並んできた。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。切り札はそれだ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのは2番、残り400、春うらら、完全に抜け出した。春うらら、いった春うらら、まくって上がってくる春うらら、足色は衰えない。残り200、春うらら、リードは2馬身。待機シャトル、追いすがる。先頭は春うらら、変わらない春うらら、1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを制した。やったー。
Wow, why was that so close? This is the team with 8 spear bursts. That's annoying. Especially since this is a safe route. Hot spring ticket, alright. We appreciate those stats.
Twirly twirl, la la la! The red and pink colors are so pretty! It's like a butterfly, or a flower.
The kimono looks great on you.
I don't know much about patterns, so I said that I wanted one that was pretty. And then this lovely outfit is what they gave me. I was so amazed. Trainer, let's go somewhere right now. A shrine. I want to go to a shrine. Do you think any food stalls will be open?
We come to a shrine to find an assortment of food stalls open. Though not to the extent of New Year's, business looks to be doing well. Whoa, look! The kimono that girl's wearing looks kinda amazing.
You're right. That's so pretty and vibrant. Like flowers. No, thank you. Actually, it's... Mom, look! The clothes she's wearing are so cute. That's called a kimono, honey. The bottom half is called a hakama. Wait, is that a skirt? What a bold design. Did you know this is... Every time Haru opens her mouth to reply, the person she tries to talk to disappears, swept along by the moving crowd. Ah, they're gone. What a shame. Let's go pray. I want to show off my outfit to the gods as well. Hello, gods! This is my new outfit. Don't I look super duper cute? I'm gonna keep on doing my best wearing this, so please give me your blessings. We take a short rest after having paid our respects. In the meantime, I ask Haru what she tried to tell the passerby. Oh, they all love my outfit, remember? So I wanted to tell them all the great things about the kimono. Like how the flowers are carefully drawn by an artisan, or so I learned. Even all these tiny flowers. I want to talk about the people who did all the cutting and the string pulling, and also about this hair thingy and this dangly belt. Though Haru's word choice isn't very sophisticated, her enthusiasm and joy are conveyed loud and clear. She continues to explain all the details of her outfit to me with the brightest smile I've seen all day. Everyone put in their most best effort, and all for me too. Isn't it amazing? I'm so happy! Just as she said, her outfit is indeed the product of many skilled craftspeople, donning the fruit of their combined effort. You must be bursting with energy. Yep! Wearing this, I feel like I can do tons of things I normally can't! Just like everyone who made this, I have to pour everything I got into training. She flashes me a smile so warm it seems to repel the wintry breeze. Cute. Wow, 40 skill points, okay. Komodo looks great for racing, yeah. Almost as great as, you know, the wedding dress.
注目の一番人気5番ハルーラ。
晴れ渡る空。さあ、ゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは7番大気シャトルピシアマゾン。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララマルゼンスキー先頭に立ちました。早くも激しい競り合い。7番内から行く少し後ろから。3番外から9番さらに外。12番内を回って大気シャトルその外並んで。10番ピシアマゾン並びかけてきた。外を通りまして15番内を回ってハルウララ。外には13番それを見るように6番さらに14番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。切り札はそれだ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。ハルウララ内で様子を伺うハルウララ。前を狙っているぞハルウララ。まだ抑えたままだ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはマルゼンスキー。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのは7番400を切りましたハルウララ。抜け出した。ここで行きましたハルウララ。ピシアマゾン食い下がるハルウララ。速いもはや独走状態。200を通過ハルウララ。リードは5馬身先頭はハルウララ。変わらないハルウララ。
There you go, blew him away. Really like to see some good training turns right here, though. Been a bit weak over the classic year.
始まる前からうららな感じ。勝ったら人参プリン。注目の1番人気16番出走だ。
3スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ芝からダートに入ります。マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは11番少し後ろからスマートファルコン、さらに外ヒシアマゾン、その内並んで7番少し後ろからエルコンドルパサー、外から5番さらに外から待機シャトル、13番続いている3番並んできた内を回って1番9番並びかけてきた。さらにハルウララ外目をついて尾行ペガサス、後方2番手に8番オグリーキャップ、現在シンガリラ大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。
切り札はそれだ。
まだ牽制し合っているのか、互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
ハルウララここから仕掛けどころだ。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのはスマートファルコン、並びかけてきたのはハルウララ。4着を切りました。ここで行きました。ハルウララハルウララまくって上がってくる、突っ込んでくる。ハルウララハルウララぐんぐんと上がっていく。残り200、3番手争いはスマートファルコン、エルコンドルパーサーやりました。ハルウララ見事な走りで勝利を集中に収めました。これは
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
So cute. She's pretty close to set on fans now. She has to win the JPC sprint, so she basically... Between all the career run or races remaining, she should hit the 80,000 no problem. Ah, the late charming, but I guess at least it's 10 skill points. These stats feel a little bit behind, unfortunately. Maybe the inspiration can help us out a little. We got a sprint S. I see. Unfortunately, the distance type S isn't as good as, say, if she'd gotten Turf S, but I guess I'll take what I can get. Alright, that was 80 stats. It's a little bit better than the last one. At least as far as stats go. The last one gave us double Turf aptitude, so... None of these are that good. This... His Guts uses too much energy here. His stamina wouldn't be that helpful. Let's see. Power uses slightly less. But I'll just go... I'll click wet here, I guess. This definitely isn't looking super good for stats. Especially since we got a race in the middle of summer too. God damn it, come on. Like, this isn't even that good for... Well, I guess the stamina is a decent unity building one.
よしやるぞお参りのやるわよ合体魔法
Like, these single rainbows are so awful.
今年のわねえねえ練習
I hate how often we just get, like, completely and utterly trash senior years where it's like... What are we even supposed to do with these training trains, man?
勝ちは十分に狙える3番いよいよスタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは10番1番3番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気西のフラワー先頭は10番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は1番3番手には3番4番手には春うらら5番手西のフラワーその外並んでバンブーメモリー1馬身離れて9番少し後ろから8番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ最後の直
リフだわそれださあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのかまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるのかさあ外から先頭を伺うのは3番さあこれから坂2側の舞台はこれから坂がある突っ込んでくる春うらら春うらら先端を目指して加速するここで先頭に立った西のフラワー残り200西のフラワー苦しいけど粘っている並びかけてたのは春うらら熾烈なデッドヒート
The shorties running together over there.
もつれるようにゴールイン
Went back to see how my pulse for Haru went. Up really likes me, apparently. I mean, I guess I did run her a ton while I was trying to make Arima sparks for Haru. Alright, Queen Sweep there. So I guess that last one was just like a weird anomaly. Game, you can do better than shitty one rainbows, right?
注目の1番人気2番春
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
先行争いは桜爆心王10番マルゼンスキー期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うらら第1コーナーは手第2コーナー桜爆心王快調に飛ばしていきます桜爆心王先頭に立ちました続いてマルゼンスキー激しい先頭争い3番手10番およそ5馬身開いて5番すぐに続いて岸アマゾンその後ろから6番春うららこの位置につけています1馬身離れて8番1馬身差13番そしてその外を回って9番そして内目をつきましては1番2コーナー回って向こう正面現在1番手は桜爆心王続きましたマルゼンスキー3番手に10番2馬身3馬身開いて岸アマゾン5番手5番その後から春うららその後ろから6番外から8番1馬身差9番13番並びかけてきたそしてその後方には1番外から14番後方2番手に11番最後方12番第4コーナーカーブ
内から来るか外から来るか
リフだわそれだ先頭は見合ったまま果たして抜け出すのは誰だ残り400春うらら外で足を止めています春うららここで抜け出した上がってまいりました春うらら2 を通過。2番手争いは桜学士王マルテンスキー春うらら。足色は衰えない。春うらら強い走りだ。このレースの主役はやったどんなトレーニング。ちょっと付き合えよ。
Definitely not the summer we were hoping for.
今年のさあ、価値ある時間をあげるわ。
Of course, we get a double rainbow after, although it's not a great double rainbow.
すっごく張り切っていこ
Do we want to do wit here? I think it's probably better to rest and try to get more speed turns, because, like, we're really low.
う。腹が抜けて。
Really, 2 sleep deprives in a row? Are you serious?
人参たくさん食べたからすっごく調子いいんだ。
注目の1番人気5番
出走だ。スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマルゼンスキー、西のフラワー、待機シャトル、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うら
So
ら。
we basically have
先頭は
5
マルゼン
training
スキー
turns after this.
安心
One will
で飛
probably
ば
have
して
to be a
続きまし
rest.
た。スマートファルコン、マルゼンスキー、スマートファルコン、2人の競り合いは続いている。
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
まだ牽制し合っているのか、互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー。続いてスマートファルコン、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大井の直線に差し掛かります。並んでくる春うらら。上がってきた春うらら。残り200。先頭マルゼンスキー。しかしその差はわずか。マルゼンスキー譲らない春うらら。抜け出した。
There we go. Putting the acceleration to good use.
春うらら JBC スプリント。勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
So now we basically need some pretty extreme high rolls here.
お参りの時
Which, god damn it, none of this is even close. Alright, I'm gonna take the wit turn here and then hope that we can get 3 good training turns in a row after. or a finale starts, but like, I don't see how we get 1200 anything at this point.
バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから。
Kinda pisses me off. Alright, this is Zurima first. For kicks, what are the predictions? You have very good wit, is what the game is telling us.
8番人気。みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。
Good luck, Haru. Well, we didn't get a purple skill.
人参たくさんだ。
This team should do well against that.
5番人気8番。
つわもの。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタ
I'm
ート
gonna
を
bother
切りま
watching
した
how bad she
集中して
did.
ましたね。好レースが
I
期待で
mean,
きそうです
there really is no point. If we haven't done anything with both of her aptitudes, she's just gonna get stuck at the back and trail behind everyone and not be able to go anywhere.
先頭から大きく離されて2番手は5番1馬身離れて4番手には西のフラワー内から春うららすぐに続いてバンブーメモリー1馬身離れて6番1馬身差12番大欅を越え4コーナーへ
It's like there's literally nothing an Uma can do when they're taking a 90% stat penalty.
誰が仕掛けるのかまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
西のフラワーまだ抑えたままだ最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは9番外から飛んできたのは春うらら栄光まで400春うららすごい足で上がってきた春うらら抜け出した春うらら負けられないと残り200春うらら足色は衰えない春うららリードは2馬身強い1着は春うらら見事な走りで勝利を手中に収めましたやったー
4 wins, 1 loss. The dirt team took a dirt nap, apparently.
みんな頑張ったもんね
Yeah, they only lost by a neck, so close enough. What's most important here is hopefully that we get like not garbage training turns.
今年のわ
Game, I said not garbage training turns.
ワクワクするね見ててねトレーナー注目の1番人気13番出走だ
輝く今スタートが切られました各馬娘綺麗なスタートを
Yeah, this Haru had natural A mile.
先行争いはアイネス風神16番6番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららアイネス風神快調に飛ばして行きますさあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たちさあ花に立ったのはアイネス風神
Which is a pretty big difference for
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは6番外で8番4番手
I'm trying to min-max other stuff.
そのうち並んで5番さらに7番琵琶早秀並びかけてきた向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身先頭は変わらずアイネス風神続いて 6番、その後から8番、外から16番、12番、追走、内から5番、少し離れて7番、それを見るように岩早秀。
Yeah, very nice to have. Particularly since, like, in dirt races, the game is pretty prone to just trying to have Taiki or Marzensky press the dunk Haru button.
後からグラスワンダー、後方2番手にタマモクロス。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。400を切りました。最終コーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは12番アイネス星人。先頭に変わったハルウララ、勢いよく上がってくるぞ。残り200。ハルウララ、足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは2番手。2番手争いはアイネス星人。
So, like, the 10% speed penalty can actually matter
ゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制。
against those two. It's always a pain when you want to try making a Dirt Spark fan first so you could then feed that into Taiki or Condor, but you also want the Miles Spark to make her actually work herself. Yeah. Yeah, we're just really, like, getting complete garbage for senior year here, huh? I don't think we got a single thing that was better than... Well, we had that one turn that we couldn't take. Other than that, I don't think we had a single other turn that was better than a single rainbow.
実力は引けを取りません。2番人気は
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切
This
りました。
stat line is just so tragically low roll.
サイレンス鈴鹿
For no
単
good
調に
reason.
飛ばしていきます。先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはマルゼンスキー。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿。このままリードすることができるか。続いてマルゼンスキー、激しい先頭争い。マヤのトップガン並んできた。その後山陽マシン開いて8番ダイワスターレット追走。待機シャトル並びかけてきた。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。依然先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿。続きましたマルゼンスキー、1馬身差マヤのトップガン8番4番手内を回ってダイワスターレット。その外並んで待機シャトル。あとは12番1馬身離れて4番少し離れて9番その後ろからキングヘイロー。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。そしてその内からいたのは1番サガネク春うらら。そしてその内からいたのは3番その外並んで13番後方2番手に5番第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、
切り札はそれだ。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。じりじり詰めるマルゼンスキー。春うらら前を狙っているぞ。400を切りました。最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのはサイレンス鈴鹿。外から春うらら驚異的な末足。残り200。春うらら並びかけてきた。春うららここで抜け出した先頭春うらら。しかしその差はわずか。お見事春うらら着差以上の強さを見せた。勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
These turns are so shit. take on its on for sure. It's a dirt mile, so we don't want to. We obviously don't want to grab mile skills. Excuse me, because we're going for sprint. Yes, straightaway spurt is a for sure thing. So we'll take that, because it's not like we'll suddenly get a discount on that. Then... let's see. Because finishing will give us like another couple hundred here. So this is like actually having closer to 900. So there's some leeway if we just wanted to buy some stuff for safety. The remaining 600-ish. We probably want to save 80 for the sprint corners as well. And the sprinting gear, so that's like another 200. So that leaves us with, what, like 400-ish? So we could do ignited speed, and closer corners and straightaways. Actually, let's just do corners for now, and we'll see if we have enough for the straightaways afterward.
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気3番ハルウララ。
前からな。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。一番とミホのブルボン、この2人が競り合っていると期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラス。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは1番。早くも激しい競り合い。ミホのブルボン並んでくる。1馬身離れて2番。あとはダリタ・ブライアン。1馬身離れてビターグラス。1馬身差天元オペラ王。外でハッピーミーク。さらに外からリトルココン。内から9番。外からオグリキャップ。それを見るように15番。そのうち並んでハルウララ。それを見るように5番。外には7番。そのうち並んで10番。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。1番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。
切り札はこれだ。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。このまま直線での争いになるのか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは1番。400を切りましたハルウララ。行きました。並んでくるハルウララ。ハルウララ抜け出したハルウララ。追い上げる。残り200。ハルウララ追い込んでくる。ハルウララリードは1馬身。ビターグラスで追いすがる。お見事ハルウララ。100回以上の強さを見せた見事な勝利です。
That's an end closer Haru win.
ファイナルズ決勝戦。勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Happy Meek sadly did not beat either of the Wonder Twins. We gotta do the concert with the new kimono. something still isn't quite right on the detection. I think the camera is behaving now. Man, these sets should have been so much better, but like, that senior year was just utter garbage. Couldn't do anything to actually get a real speed or power increase. I guess at least we have a baseline to work with here. No stopping me is a given. Actually, it has Masterful Gambit versus Sprinting Gear. Masterful Gambit is... oh, it's a speed increase. I have to compare Sprinting Gear. That's an acceleration. And on a straight, so... considering this CM hinges heavily around what we can do on a straight, Sprinting Gear is for the clear winner there. Then we can do corners. Meticulous measures was... that's another acceleration skill. And lane movement, too. And this activates... well, I guess it's mid-race. So the risk of this is it activates an actual mid-race and does nothing for us. But, I mean, acceleration skills are super hard to come by for this CM, so... like... probably makes sense to take it. Countermeasure... that's probably not... that's probably not gonna have the best timing for an end closer. So I think we pass on that. We'd rather take the sprint corners over that. Or the meticulous measures. Both are just more attractive. What can we do with 80? Yeah, so I guess it's a good thing I didn't buy Inquisitor straightaways, although it could be helpful. It might be better than sprint corners. If I take that, that drops us by another 37 though, and I don't think I have anything else I can buy with the SP. Yeah, we basically can gamble on outer post if we can keep the corners. I think that's literally the only skill we can afford. Unless we back out on sprint corners and take something else. Which... I don't know if there's anything we could do with 160 either. Like, Shake It Out's a no, Lucky 7's a no. Intense Gaze doesn't really make sense. We don't need a recovery. Actually, I guess we could technically do... We could do End Closer straightaways with... No wait, never mind. Outer Post costs too much. We'd be short by 5 SP trying to do that. Because otherwise, I'd maybe want to do Encloser straightaways on the outer post instead. I think we stick with sprint corners and outer post. And that 22 SP just can't do anything with. Man. If not for the stats, this would actually look pretty damn good. I guess the speed is technically closer to 1100 because of the S sprint. So it might be fine. Because the theory craft on this is that it's going to be very difficult to hit your top speed before actually hitting the finish line anyway. Especially with the lack of acceleration skills. So power is technically more important, so I'm a bit sad we didn't push that closer to 1200. It is what it is, though. We're a little bit overstammed, too, here, but what can you do? Actually, 600 wit isn't too bad for Zero Limit Break Air Shakira as our wit card. So it's mainly, well, I guess the other 5/6 of our team that failed us. Speed cards failing to stack up when there were 3 of them, power cards failing to stack up when there were 2 of them, with one of them being vodka with her massive specialty. I mean, it's not as high as Kita-san, but it's still pretty damn high. So... yeah, kinda disappointed in Haru's friends here, not gonna lie. I can get rushed and enjoy it? Possibly. Rushed might... well, I don't know. 100 extra stamina might not be enough for Rush to simply act as a buff. But, I mean, in the end, we still did get technically lucky on the inspirations. We hit the 2 turfs on Classic Inspo, and then Sprint S on Senior Year. So it's just it's a pretty big shame about the trainings, because literally if we had gotten like 3 or 4 mid-rolls, forget high rolling. If we got 3 or 4 mid-rolls at any point during the senior year on speed or power, these would look so much better. Looking at the track, Haru's unique would end up activating in the mid-race pretty early, which is pretty unfortunate. Best case, she gets to carry it over into the sprint to start at a higher speed before accelerating in the late race. I mean, because the velocity skills you kind of want in the mid-race anyway a lot of the time. It's part of why Anchors Away lets Gold Ship do shenanigans. So this is kind of... I guess this is effectively, like... weirder Anchors Away. I guess I don't want a front runner to make sure I've got someone guaranteed to be real far from her. I mean, probably not, because... I mean, I'm running Ogiri and Tama as my others, so I don't really have the capacity to run a front runner. But even if I tried to, like, this is already a whale CM, and then front runner is very much a whale build. So that, like, double locks me out of trying to do anything with Frontrunner, especially since I don't have Falcon. But Falcon's strong enough that I can probably count on all the whales trying to run a smart Falcon in the CM anyway. Condor wants to do pace. And also getting Condor into the CM is, I mean, it's not as bad as Tama, but it's still... You still have to fight through F sprint to get her in there. I feel like she's a lot better as a frontrunner. I mean, I don't think she could contest Falcon. I think that's why the recommendation is to run her as a pace. Because I don't think she could directly contest Falcon as a frontrunner. But I've obviously not tried to create the Falcon and play around, or not Falcon, Condor and play around with her myself, so... I can't say for sure. It's kind of my best guess at what the general recommendations going around have been. Could just bank on being second as pace. I mean, pretty much, because the way this is, it's basically, if you're running Frontrunner, if you want to be meta at all, you run Falcon or nothing. Because Suzuka doesn't really function. Summer Maruzenski doesn't really function. Then for pace, you generally... it's condor or bust there too. Looks like a Taiki angle for you going for pace. I don't think shooting for victory hits in the right place to actually work. Because it's on a corner, eh? And the corner is real far back. So your acceleration is just gonna wear out before you actually get into the spirit. That's like the biggest problem here. Final straight? It's like, no one's recommending shooting for the pace builds. It's the thing. Is this... let's see, is final corner later half? Oh right, final corner or it's final straight. So I guess you could maybe technically do something, but... wait, hold on. Wait, are you sure about this? Because looking at the Gamatora conditions, so it checks to make sure she's on a corner, and then checks to make sure she's on the second half of the final corner. Yeah, I don't see anything in here about being able to be on the final straight or anything. Wonder if that was changed at some point. Maybe? I would have expected, if it would have changed anywhere, I would have expected it to be on the balance patch, which would have happened ages ago at this point. But yeah, it's part of the issue here is that, like, the lack of good acceleration skills and having everyone scrambling. It's like Dovers and Pump Iron both don't really function. So instead everyone's running Mummy Super Creeks. Which has to be like one of the most random things to come up. Later half of the final corner does seem like it should probably be close enough. Perhaps. I'm actually running no pacers on this CM too. Just because I looked at if I was considering, well, Maybe I could still do Pace Ogre. I'm looking at it going, oh. To have any chance, and still being like basically discount Condor, I'd have to inherit the Mummy Super Creek and Unique, and then also Plancha. Which would have been a huge pain in the ass to set up. I mean, I guess not that I didn't have to set up Sprint for Tama, or the Turf setup for Haru, but Ogre would have required a few too many things to go for it. So I just settled on doing a Light Surger. So this is... This is the one I'm gonna try my luck on. So I guess she does have Turf S, so she has like comparable power to her. We'll see if that becomes a problem. You think Condor's gonna get cooked by the front runner, she's gonna get denied second, her Unique will just sit there unactivated and she'll be sad. I guess it might just be a case of Pace just really can't do a whole lot on this one. Flip and rolled with the previous one where Light Surger was just completely dunked by the last long CM. I think front Condor would do well if managed to rig up the sprint aptitude in the front. Oh, because she's not good at either, is she? Oops. That might be why no one's like seriously considering it then. Maybe it... Why do I keep clicking on that? Yeah, you have to fight through sprint F and front E. That seems pretty awful, not gonna lie. Because that gets... If you do a full 9 and 9, that gets her to C sprint and B front. So you're looking for 3 aptitude hits, which... If you consider how infrequent that was for me with Haru, even accounting for Haru's worst compatibility, that seems extremely awful to grind for. And Dirt B. Well, the Dirt B doesn't matter. Because it's a sprint CM. Like a turf sprint. So she's fine on turf. And I would expect the Dirt B to get in her way too much during the career. Yeah, it's a turf sprint. That's why I'm so annoyed that my stats low-rolled in senior year for Haru. Because getting that A turf was barely lucky, and it's not going to come up too much or too often. Like, putting it up against when I did the grind for getting her into that mile turf ways back. I'm looking at somewhere between, like... What was it? I think it was around between 1 and 7 or to 10 runs for actually getting to Turf A. So, even if we do the other 4 runs tonight, there's a good chance we don't see the turf improvement again. Yep. I'm wrangling up the Haru aptitudes. If it was a dirt sprint, which I don't think that even exists as a CM at all. I think if it's dirt at all, it's dirt mile, and that's the one after this. But if it was dirt sprint, there was 0 chance I'd be able to get Tama into it. Even the dirt mile, there's 0 chance, and she has an E starting mile aptitude. Alright, we do have ads coming up. I'm gonna let those run, refill my water. And then we'll throw ourselves at the mercy of the goddesses again. So, we're back. Alright, and we're back. So I think I'm good sticking with these legacies. And there's like nothing better we could pick as far as power, stat 6, and vodka. Actually, hold on. Let me double check that. Because I know Power Condor is like just a little bit worse, but if Condor has better specialty. Let's see. Nope. Oh yeah, I forgot to account for it. Okay. I thought that was a little bit low when I was reading that at 65, because vodka has... Her unique effect buffs it up to 85, which is 15 higher than Condor. So yeah, vodka is just the better stat stick in this situation. Now that you're actually looking at the right track, it's still basically the same setup, and yes, you would absolutely be pushing Taiki as your race you were trying to build. I guess I'd be curious to see how that turns out. Maybe I'll see some Taikis. Yeah, I think this deck basically worked. The problem was just that we couldn't high roll the entirety of senior year. Or even mid roll for that matter. It was just a really bad senior year, putting aside the one-off hot spring ticket and inspiration. Cause like, between Junior and Classic, we basically had a stat line where we were going into Senior Summer with like 750 speed and power. And those numbers are usually somewhere, or in a place where even like an extremely mediocre back half of the senior year should get it very close to cap. And we fell so short for no good reason. So I think it's just get luckier, Lamau, in this case. I suppose in the end, maybe I don't need to be too... too stringent about hitting benchmarks. It's very likely that even if I built something like fairly strong comparatively, since it's a whale CM, I'd probably get shoved down into B finals anyway. Oh, early charming's nice. timing definitely isn't quite as perfect as it was in that Burgos Cup CM, but you don't think it'd be that, or it'd be bad? Well, I guess we'll see if I face any once I actually get to the CM proper. Actually, I'll see if I end up doing practice moves, I'll see it. Ah, damn. This is such a good guts turn, but 37% is an awful rate. Also, same with that speed turn. Of course the game does that to me there. So I guess I might poke my head into practice rooms and see if there are any Taikis lurking about. Yeah, we still got a good, like, 4-stack charming here. I'm just sad that I didn't get to do it twice over. Our stamina is maybe a bit sus. Alright, well, I guess good luck with 86 stamina, Haru. Tizuna's under the impression that it's not that bad, though. I guess it is the sprint. And the late start probably just made this really bad. The correct acceleration is probably just no stopping me. I mean, that's usually how it is. Wait, is this just a pack of 7 other end closers? Or rather, 7 end closers, because we're on the late default at the moment. Yeah, I mean, no stopping me is kind of just a universal answer a lot of the time. Just its consistency isn't necessarily the best. It makes sense that, like, normally it's just stack up like 4 accelerations and maybe one of them hit, maybe 2 of them will hit. But in this case, there's not really a lot of backup plans to no stopping me not working. Requires a good setup where you make your own runner to activate it for the target. I mean, I guess the whales could do the smart Falcon Condor thing and have Condor slingshot, try to slingshot off of Falcon or something if Falcon has problems. Okay, well that was a lot clearer than the previous debut. In the last debut we had like 30 more stamina and didn't late start, so... Early game race RNG be wild. Oops, why did I load Tamas? That is the incorrect agenda. The Tama muscle memory is real. Doing too many of them yesterday and then chaining into doing a little bit more this morning. Or rather, I guess this afternoon, technically speaking. For a pacer, probably like Condor and you have a sandbag front to buffer. I guess maybe sandbag Suzuka. Ooh, that is a nice speed turn. Well, we're taking that.
張り切っていこう。そうだ。ワクワクするね。
We're actually making pretty decent use of this charming here. Because the game normally does just like really like to make everyone run away as soon as we get charming. But everyone's starting to scatter a little bit here. I think a weak point of this costume too is that the costume events actually don't give a ton of stats, except for I guess there's the one that gives 40 skill points. But the other two don't have the most universal applications.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて。今年の。 張り切っていこう。そうだ。
I think we've actually... Is that everyone orange? I think that's everyone orange, except for Rico, but Rico's not actually a card we're deploying here. I think that's every actual friend orange. Or the end of junior year, that's kind of impressive.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら芝からダートに入ります。1番会長に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは1番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは10番。3番手に3番春うらら、ここにいた差がなく12番。そしてその内からいたのは7番。内をついて6番。それを見るように8番。少し離れて9番2番並んでくる。後方2番手に5番4番最後方だ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。1番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
大欅を越え4コーナー。リフだわ。それだ。先頭は宮下馬場。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。春うらら。
That cutting gets me every time.
外から先頭を伺うのは3番春うらら。まだ抑えたままだ。最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのは3番。外を回っていったのは春うらら。栄光まで400。春うらら突っ込んでくる。春うらら先端を目指して加速する。まくって上がってくる春うらら。2番手争いは10番1番残り200。先頭は3番変わらない3番。苦しいけど粘っている春うらら。
The Haru steal.
春うらら
the drawn medium. Vodka didn't quite get first, but also the other team got 11th. Early races be wild. I take the skill points here. So let's choose Guts. It improves. Pushes our unity further anyway. But considering stamina, but it was only 10 stamina and 1 unity, which is kind of weak. I guess in theory our double power cards here should be able to help out the stamina a bit.
ここは負けられない1番人気12番輝くさあゲートが開いた各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
You're glad there's a version of Haru with an actual unique that does something now. Yeah, me too.
芝からダートに入ります期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ハルウララ先頭集団を見ていきましょう先頭をかけます11番
Because the stamina unique really doesn't do anything
早くも激しい競り合い
short
それを
race.
見るように6番7番4番手この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています11番会長に飛ばしていきます
It's not even that good at helping with Irima.
このままリードすることができるか続いて13番3番手には6番その外並んで7番
We'll definitely be doing New Year's Haru from now on for any Haru
1番審査
setups.
8番そしてその外を回ってハルウララ大けやきを越え4コーナーへこの直線で勝負が決まるぞまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞここから捉えることができるの
I also like the cut-in for this one more than the
最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきた
the base Haru one.
力仕掛けたのはハルウララ飛び込んできたハルウララ400を切りました一気に上がってくるハルウララ追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろハルウララすごい足で上がってきたハルウララ抜け出した200を通過食い下がるオグリキャップハルウララリードは4馬身強すぎる
Because in the base one, she just throws like an armful of fire
この
petals.
子にかなう馬娘はいるのか勝ったのはハルウララ2着にはオグリキャップ
It doesn't really feel particularly connected to anything that she's doing. Oh, I guess Ogiri was there. Well, let's see if we get that 70 arrests here. Are we missing? Oof, we're unfortunately missing on a pretty good power turn, but that's just how it be sometimes. I'm not sure if I want to spend the energy on a single rainbow here. I guess we could do the wit turn. Turf Sparks. Oh, we saw one Turf Spark. Okay. We just need another one in the scenery. Maybe, just maybe. We'll overflow our energy here, because like this preps 2 spear bursts. Seems like a pretty fine turn. Really? I mean, I guess we can cure it during the summer if we need to. It's annoying. Actually, I guess here could be a place to attempt to cure, because these turns really suck. Okay, now I guess the question is... Man, that's a bit unfortunate to be giving up, but maybe we'll get something like that in summer. How good do we feel about our power here? It's like, with a 10% penalty, that's still like over 400 power. So we could go after this turf sprint. It probably shouldn't be an issue. I think we have a little bit higher speed than when we were here last time, too. So as long as we can get to the top speed.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは日本のブルボン5番8番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら待機シャトル落ち着かない様子。先頭は日本のブルボン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番14番3番手4番手に待機シャトル7番5番手、そして外目を突き出しては10番少し後ろから5番少し離れて9番さらに3番その外並んで春うらら、さらにリコーペガサス外を通りまして11番後方2番手に12番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。切り札はこれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
残り400、まだ先頭は動かない。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。食い下がる待機シャトル、まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのか。200を通過日本のブルボン、このまま最後まで行ってしまうのか。日本のブルボン足色は衰えない。日本のブルボン今1着でゴール。3着すごいでしょ。
That's annoying.
.4 番人気は8番。
いよいよスタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは5番スマートファルコン9番スマートファルコン先頭に立つのか。5番並びかけてきた5番のスマートファルコン序盤からやり合っています。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
第1コーナー回って第2コーナー注目株のスマートファルコン現在トップ。続いて5番激しい先頭争い、あとは9番そしてその外から行ったのは10番内をついて2番その後ろから6番そのうち並んで3番そしてその外春うらら4番追走さらに内1番後方2番手に7番第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。 先頭は相変わらず5番。続きましたスマートファルコン。3番手に9番10番並んできた。差がなく2番、さらに6番3番並んできた。その後ろから4番差がなく春うらら。その後から11番少し離れて1番最後方7番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。5番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。切り札はこれだ。
ここからスタート。一気にレースが動きます。
400を切りましたスマートファルコン。ここで抜け出した。外から上がってきたのは春うらら。春うらら先端を目指して加速する。残り200。スマートファルコン逃げる。スマートファルコン突き放す。スマートファルコン足色は衰えない。スマートファルコン今ゴー。やったやった。200だよ。
Halo's struggling, huh?
みんな頑張ったもんね。どんなどれいくよ。なんか鳥さんみたいに体が軽い。よし一丁走るか。どんな張り切っていこう。ちょっと付き合えよ。なんだろう。
I guess we're gonna have to try to make the Centaur 6 work here.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Because otherwise, we definitely risk losing the unique upgrades.
注目の1番人気5番出走だ。
あいに今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはミホのブルボン、13番オグリーキャップ、ハルウララ。ペースが速い。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。さあ花に立ったのはミホのブルボン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番。激しい先頭争い。3番手にはオグリーキャップ。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか。最後の局面です。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。じりじり詰める7番。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは7番。さあこれから坂。2側の舞台はこれから坂がある。内から仕掛けたのはハルウララ。一気に上がってくるハルウララ。飛び込んできたハルウララ。残り200。先頭はミホのブルボン。変わらないハルウララ。
She still managed to pull it off
こ
somehow.
こで抜け出したハルウララ。差し切ってゴール。ハル
わわわわやったー。なんだろう。すっごくね。
So we could try the sprinter stakes now, but might be asking for too much.
なんだろう。なんか
I think I'm gonna pick up Give Mummy a Hug early again. Actually, let's go around the corner right up too.
なんだろう。すっごく注目の一番人気4番出走だ。
秋のさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは桜爆心号、富士奇跡、15番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。さあ花に立ったのは桜爆心号。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番その外並んでカレンちゃん。さらに外から15番内で菱明物、富士奇跡。並んでくる少し後ろからエルコンドルパサー、春うらら。並びかけてきた。その外並んでキングヘイロー。第6コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はそれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。春うららまだ抑えたままだ。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。カレンちゃんここで抜け出した。カレンちゃん
No mummy proc.
先頭はカレンちゃん。これは強い。残り200点。先頭は変わらずカレンちゃん。追いすがる春うらら。カレンちゃん足色は衰えない。カレンちゃんと春うらら2人並んでゴールイン。
やったやった。いいじゃん。
Damn it.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。
We'll try to do the Mile Championship Champions Cup combo again.
なんか。
Man, good speed and power turns there, but speed's offering a little bit more.
なんだろう。ふむふむ。
It's definitely annoying that we didn't proc Mummy there, because if we had, we definitely would have won.
お参りの時ね。はっ。そうだ。注目の一番人気6番春うらら。出走だ。スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは13番12番サイレンス鈴鹿。サイレンス鈴鹿落ち着かない様子。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。サイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはサイレンス鈴鹿。続きました13番早くも激しい競り合い。それを見るように12番外で17番待機シャトル並びかけてきた。1馬審査11番少し後ろから串焼け物。そして外目をつきましては4番1馬審査アグネスタキオン。少し離れてゴールドシチー9番並びかけてきた。すぐに続いて18番それを見るようにリコーペガサス。そしてエルコンドルパサー。それを見るように
Bad
ハルル
position.
さらに1番後方2番手に15番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか。
切り札はそれだ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。あるうららここから仕掛けどころだ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは大吉瀬戸。 最初に勝ち上がったのはサイレンス鈴鹿追いすがる大気シャトル。サイレンス鈴鹿強い。
Totally like block here.
残り2曲。サイレンス鈴鹿足色は衰えない。サイレンス鈴鹿リードは3馬身。やりました。サイレンス鈴鹿見事な走りで。私頑張ったもんね。
Man, we're getting screwed really hard on these races for no goddamn reason. Like anyone else with these stats would just like instantly win.
注目の1番人気12番ハルウララ。
これ
出走だ。加上スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは
So our game basically has anti-Haru code inside their game, so you know.
ハルウララマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー。続きました桜爆心王。激しい先頭争い。5番並んでくる。その後ろからスマートファルコン1馬身差。10番さらに外エルコンドルパサー。少し後ろから大気シャトル。大きく離れてハルウララ向こう上面に入って先頭は桜爆心王。現在1番手は桜爆心王。続いてマルゼンスキー内の方から5番4番手スマートファルコン。さらにその外からはエルコンドルパサー。少し離れて10番その外並んで大気シャトル2馬身離れてハルウララ3馬身差。2番7番並んでくる。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。そしてその内から行ったのは6番ビコーペガサス並んできた。そしてその後ろから行くのはシアマゾン。内には4番後方2番手に14番。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。切り札はそれだ。
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
じりじり詰めるマルゼンスキー。マルゼンスキーここで抜け出した。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。400を切りました。最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのはマルゼンスキー。外を回っていったのはハルウララ。残り
Oh,
200。
give Mummy a hug, finally propped.
大気シャトルハルウララ並びかけてきた。ハルウララ完全に抜け出した。ハルウララ1着でゴールイン。実力を勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。そうだ。シャッターマンスカ。
I don't think we've seen Strayways. Okay, there we go. He at least gave that to us. So now we're mostly just missing a turf A component and then, you know, having stats. I guess curvature would be nice, but like there's technically ways we can compensate for getting screwed on curvature.
見ててねトレーナー。バビューンと一着と。いいくよー。勝ちは十分に狙える3番。
いよいよさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いはスマートファルコン進行ウィンディ3番。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は進行ウィンディ2馬身3馬身開いて1番後から3番2馬身3馬身開いてハルウララ外から行く2番外12番外目をついて11番その内並んで7番少し離れて6番
Late starts are pretty vicious tonight too. We were still trying to do like front runner strats. We would have so many dead races from
ちょっ
that.
とかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが、
各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがあり、
切り札はそれだ。
大けやきを越え4コーナーへ進行ウィンディ ここで抜け出した互いに足を溜めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。さあ内から先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコン。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは新興ウィンディ。4着を切りました。飛び込んできたハルウララ。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。内から仕掛けたのはハルウララ。抜け出したのは新興ウィンディ。だが後続も追いすがる。残り200。先頭ハルウララ。しかしその差はわずか。食い下がる新興ウィンディ。ハルウララ1着でゴールイン。実力を
Kita lost, but not to Satona. She lost to McQueen. Common Kita Unity L. Suppose, I think I'm actually gonna hit Wit here. Sets up more Unity, potentially get something useful from Halo. It's kind of funny, all those sprint skills, we suddenly actually want them from her now. Because even when I was training Haru's for the team trial team, because she's always doing dirt mile. The sprint skills were still useless because we wanted mile skills.
注目の1番人気14番輝くかい。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコン。3番手12番ハルウララ上がっていきます。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
花を奪っていったのはスマートファルコン。続いてマルゼンスキー外から12番少し後ろから6番差がなくエルコンドルパター外を通りまして15番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。切り札はそれだ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。ハルウララ内で様子を伺う。ハルウララまだ抑えたままだ。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入ったハルウララ。Where's
our mummy frog?
ここでかわして先頭はエルコンデルパター。まくって上がってくるハルウララ。ハルウララ突っ込んでくる。追い上げてくる子はまだ2馬身後ろ。200を通過並んでくるハルウララ。ハルウララ抜け出した。
I guess she didn't need him. That was waiting a little bit long.
ハルウララ今勝利です。この
お参りの時
Do you want a Spirit Burst on stamina? We do need a little bit more. I think I'll do it. I'd really like to take that power turn too, but we're aiming to have around 400-ish stamina by the end. What is our guts looking like? I might actually take the flat guts here. That's the skill points.
始まる前からうららーな感じ。勝ったら人参プリンで見て。
So we still haven't gotten Curvature yet.
ここは負けられない1番人気15番ハルウララ。
Pauline Creek's unique is supposed to be good for this. You suppose it's like mostly people running Creek herself?
出走だ。
I mean, we might see a few. Like, the dedicated Creek fans will probably be trying to
位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
gamma their way up to a sprint. Kind of like what I'm doing with Tama.
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけますマルゼンスキー。続いてスマートファルコンマルゼンスキースマートファルコン。2人の競り合いは続いている。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー。2番手の位置で先頭を伺う。
You need to be a pretty big fan to put up with these inspirations.
4番手外から11番さらに12番その外並んで16番少し後ろから桜バクシーノを少し離れて
Especially since Creek won't have, like, particularly good compatibility with any sprinters, too.
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まると。さあ外から先頭を
It won't be anywhere as bad as, like, Haru's situation, but it still would be not great compared to
さあ最終コーナーを曲がって
what anyone who is normally running Creek would be used to.
必死やぞ先頭に変わったハルウララ飛んでくる。先頭2人の競り合いだ。抜け出したのはフィッシュアマゾンだが後続も追いすがる。200をついた
Come on,
ハ
Haru.
ルウララぐんぐんと上がっていく。ハルウララ完全に抜け出した。ハルウ
Okay,
ララ
not robbed by Nishino.
ハルウララ2大ダート戦を
勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Wait, are we gonna... Well, we only need 13,000. We're basically 1.6 times. I guess as long as we win. Which, I mean,
私の私は
we could technically lose the Elm Stakes, which could cause problems, but the JBC sprint win is a requirement.
たくさん味違う。
That, with our race or our fan bonus, it hits like 15 or 16,000, which is a leeway of 3,000. Why do my good turns have to fight each other?
張り切っていこう。
I guess on the plus side, that's better than basically every other
お参りの時ね。
senior training turn we got in the last round.
そうだ。トレーナーのお顔で福笑い作
Well, we're about to get our mood up from FanFest, so there's no use doing recreation. But I'm not too keen to spend energy, so this is probably just click wet. Corner recovery, huh? Alright, come on, Tur Sparks! Tur Sparks! That's not Tur Sparks, that's an awful lot of green sparks, though. Sigh.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。でもね、まだまだ元気いっぱいだよ。張り切っていこう。うんらら。そうだ。トレーナー
ちょっと付き合えよ。
I don't know if we want to click that.
みんなのお顔で
Like single power rainbow. I think I'll just set up Taiki for a spirit burst.
人参たくさん食べたから始まるもいくよ
勝ちは十分に狙える。青春スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはスマートファルコン5番6番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気アグネスデジタルスマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。
Yeah, pretty much. That said, though, I do expect to see. I do expect to see a few like mummy creaks here and there.
第2コーナーの丘を越え直線へ2馬身3馬身開いて1番それを見るように6番
Since I'm pretty sure she's got some fairly dedicated
内
fans.
をついて4番2コーナー回って向こう正面。依然先頭はスマートファルコン。続きました5番1馬身差1番1馬身離れて春うらら。その後ろ6番少し後ろからアグネスデジタル。そのうち並んで4番その後3、4馬身開いて7番少し後ろから10番11番並んできた。後方2番手に8番12番最高峰だ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はこれだ。
400を切りました。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。外を回っていったのは
Probably not giving herself too much of a velocity boost there, considering she triggered it in third.
春うらら。足色は衰えない春うらら。リードは2馬身。勝ったのは春うらら。最後意地を見せて。
あわわわやった当然の結果です。今のうららは
Well, the singular turn makes this summer more impressive than like the entirety of last senior summer.
シャッターマンスか始まる前からうらら。
ここは負けられない1番人気6番春うらら。
実力は完全に上。
出走だ。
Depending on how the stats turn out,
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘
this
その
Haru
綺麗
could
なスタートを切りま
technically
した。
end up better than the last one, even with the 10% power
スマートファル
penalty.
コンこの2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。
Like, we'd have to get to 1200 speed and power, basically.
3番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは3番。このままリードすることができるか。2番
Which isn't impossible, but seems fairly implausible at this
1番
point.
12番外から行く。そしてその内を回って桜爆心王。その外並んで待機シャトル春うらら。落ち着かない様子。
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが。
現在1番手は3番向こう正面に入って先頭は3番。現在1番手はスマートファルコン。ここで先頭が入れ替わった。続きました3番1馬身離れて待機シャトル。12番4番手桜爆心王。追走外10番春うらら。ここにいます。それを見るように1番その後3、4馬身開いて4番。そしてその後ろから行くのは8番後方2番手に9番2番最後方からという体勢であります。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
400を切りました春うらら。ここで抜け出した。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。春うらら速い速い。もはや独走状態。200を通過待機シャトル。ホイッスルある。速い速い。先頭は依然春うらら春うらら。これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随をまるで許せなかった。
あわわわやった
I think we rest here, because like we could take the wind turn, but it's definitely not gonna give enough energy.
なんかヘロヘロ海行くの
Even if it succeeds, so I think I'd rather set up this. Could have been better, but oh well.
合体画像
Oh, this is a dead run without risks. So, I think we're risking the 23.
張り切っていこ
Actually, even with risks. Oh. We're only at 900. This doesn't feel... Oh wow, curvature's just starting there too. I guess we won't be getting curvature, huh?
うなんだろうなんか
I guess this run was a little cursed just from the start.
今のうららは張り切っていこう人参たくさん食べたからすっごく調子いいんだよーし一着になっちゃうぞ
ここは負けられない一番人気
Yeah, we do have ads sitting. I'm gonna let those run, go refill my water, and then we'll close this out, see where the stats
貫禄すら
lie.
感じてしまいますダート界最速ウマ娘の実力を見せつけてほしいですね
So, be right back.
出走だ。
ここさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは桜爆心王、15番西のフラワー。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。先頭は桜爆心王、単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはマルゼンスキー。1馬身離れて待機シャトル内を回って2番、すぐに続いて春うらら。それを見るように西のフラワー。さらに15番1馬身差尾行ペガサス。1馬身離れてシアマゾン。外目をついて14番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
先頭は見合ったままこのまま直線での争いになるのか。地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇る大井の直線に差し掛かります。最後のコーナー、最初に駆け抜けてきたのは第1シャトル春うらら。並びかけてきた200を通過すると春うらら。しかしその差はわずか。これは強い春うらら。足色は衰えない大力勝だ春うらら。ゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制した春うらら。ベビーシ
勝ったらお船で勝つんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。なんだろう、すっごくね。今年のわ始まる前。
9番人気は7番。
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。人参たくさんだ。見ててね。いくよ
8番春うらら。
大手をさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番内をついて1番2番並んでくる。5番手には4番。この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。続いて9番1番落ち着かない様子。依然先頭はスマートファルコン。続きました2番。さらにその外からは4番。そしてその内から行ったのは9番。外で1番2馬身離れてアグレスデジタル。その後ろ11番。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。
リフだわ。それだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。春うらら前を狙っているぞ。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは2番1番。まだ抑えたままだ。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのはスマートファルコン。並びかけてきたのは2番。残り400。春うらら内をつく。すごい足だ。春うらら突っ込んでくる。春うらら先端を目指して加速する。突っ込んでくる2番。残り200。スマートファルコン苦しいけど粘っている。2番抜け出した先頭2番。しかしその差はわずか。2番2番ゴールイン。1着は2番。
やったやった。いいじ 始まる前からうらら
注目の1番人気5番
出走だ。
あれは今スタートが切られました。
Guess my mic is muted.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Thanks for pointing that out.
が熾烈にな
Damn
り
it.
そうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララスマートファルコン、落ち着かない様子。アイネス風神快調に飛ばして行きます。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。アイネス風神先頭に立ちました。続いて桜爆信号、アイネス風神桜爆信号、2人の競り
Need
合
to
いが
double
続いて
check
い
that
る。
it actually unmutes when I hit
そ
it.
うですね。
先頭をかけます桜爆信号。続きましたアイネス風神向こう上面に入って先頭は桜爆信号。
I guess to reiterate, I don't think it's physically possible to hit 1200 speed or power at this point.
少し離れてスマートファルコン。
It's probably extremely improbable to hit one of them, never mind
ハルウララ
both.
ここにいた。さらには12番少し離れてキングヘイロー、その外並んで成田大臣、さらに9番13番追走、後方2番手に3番最後方14番意気揚々と先頭を行きます桜爆信号。
切り札はそれだ。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいです。
Probably a heavy gamma on the last
内
turn.
から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
残り4分、最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはハルウララ。ハルウララ強すぎる。完全に抜け出した。200を通過。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは7馬身。
So the senior definitely had some better turns, but still
楽し
didn't,
みです。ハルウララ URA ファイナルズよ。
勝ったらお筆で
still didn't hit in the right way anyway.
七丸だ。
I guess it would have ended up as at least an improvement if we had actually gotten the A turf. Because like we're basically at the stats we had last time
お参りの時ね。
going into
お父様に約束
semifinals
した
here.
の。
Well, of course I say that, and this training turn is kind of shit. I guess technically the power here
ワクワ
is
クするね。
40, but like
見ててねトレーナー。
it's probably puts us in a position
7
where
番
we're facing like a 45% failure on the final training turn.
スタートです。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは15番6番サイレンス鈴鹿、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ15番会長に
I guess I'll try it anyway, 'cause
さあ
there's, like,
1
not
コーナー
really
から2コーナーへ向かっていく
anything
馬娘
particularly
た
at
ち。
stake
花を
here.
奪っていったのは15番、続いて6番15番と6番序盤からやり合っています。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
先頭は15番単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは6番少し後ろからサイレンス鈴鹿、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ13馬身。依然として15番続きました6番、そしてサイレンス鈴鹿、そしてその外を回ってヒシアマゾン、さらには10番1馬身離れてメジロマッククイーン、ダイワスカーレット続いている。1馬身差ハルウララ、さらに8番ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント、さらにはウォッカ、さらにチンボリルドルフ、そして内目をつきましては4番、さらにはアマモクロス、それを見るように9番後方2番手に5番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はそれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
互いに足を止めている展開。このまま直線での争いになるのか。ヒシアマゾンここで抜け出した。残り40、最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはヒシアマゾン、並びかけてきたのはハルウララ。ハルウララいった200を通過、先頭ヒシアマゾン、しかしその差はわずか。ここまでか。ヒシアマゾン、ハルウララ抜け出した。ハルウララ差し切ってゴール。
Tiny bit close.
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
61. We're 62. Oh boy. Alright, funny YOLO. She actually got it.
始まる前から
Well,
な感じ。勝ったら人参プリンでお祝いしようね。
man, that actually did come shockingly close to 1200 power. Well, I guess I say close, but after the flat bosses here, we're only gonna be at like 1130.
トレーナーバビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから。
It's respectable. Our skill hints definitely didn't end up as good as last time. In a number of ways. My Haru seems to be out of energy. Good that I don't need that to race. Yeah. For some reason.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは一度が熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはミホノブルー、マルゼンスキー、ハッピーミーク、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ、1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。マルゼンスキー先頭に立ちました。すぐに続いてミホノブルボ、激しい先頭争い。ビターグラッセ3番手、少し後ろから待機シャトル。5番手には
It's definitely a part of the mechanics that struck me as strange.
第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。現在1番手はミホノブルボ。
That energy management somehow doesn't matter leading up to races.
そしてその後ろから行くのは待機シャトル。1馬審査1番、その後ろハッピーミーク、2馬身離れてリトルココ、1馬身離れてハルウララ、1馬審査9番、さらにはエイシングフラッシュ、内を回って7番、さらに内2番、少し後ろから12番、それを見るように10番、後方2番手に15番、13番、最高峰だミホノブルボ。先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
切り札はこれだ。
ミホノブルボン、彼女の着質には合っていますね。
第4コーナーカーブ、
ここからスパート、一気にレースが動きます。
4着を切りました。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはビーターグラッセ。ビーターグラッセ、先頭はビーターグラッセ。これは強い。残り200、追いすがるリトルココ、ハルウララ追い込んでくる。
That's a little late for giving me a hug.
追い上げるビーターグラッセ。
We also got stuck on Kogon.
3着すごいでしょ。
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気3番。
出走だ。
曇り。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
ミホノブルボンとマルゼンスキー、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気
Now we're stuck at the back of the back.
1コーナーから、
Really
そして2コーナーへ
sucks.
向かっていきます。ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。ミホノブルボン先頭に立ちました。差がなくマルゼンスキー、早くも激しい競り合い。そしてその後ろから行くのはビターグラッセ。1馬身離れて6番ビターグラッセ上がっていきます。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。現在1番手はミホノブルボン、続きましたマルゼンスキー、3番手ビターグラッセ、4番手6番差がなく待機シャトル、1馬審査ハッピーミーク、そしてその外から行ったのはリトルココ、そしてそのうちハルウララ少し離れて11番外で14番、そのうち並んでエイシングフラッシュ、その後ろ5番その外並んで12番 15番並びかけてきた。後方2番手に13番4番最後方からのレースになりました。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。一気に
切り札はこれだ。
マルゼンスキー、ここで抜け出した。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。残り40、最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。ビーターグラッセ、ここで抜け出した200を通過。ビターグラッセ、足色は衰えない。ビターグラッセ。
Man, why are we struggling so much with Croquet? Give mommy a hug.
お見事。
私頑張ったもんね。
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気5番春うらら。
Man, the skills might not be enough
逆転を狙え
here.
る能力を持っていますよ。後方からの豪快な追い込みを
Yeah,
見
let's
せて
try
ほしいです
positioning
ね。
further forward into late eggs. If this fails, then I might do something really stupid like try putting her in front.
スタート。
But I don't think we have the stamina to do front.
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
ミホノブルボンとマルゼンスキー、この2人が競り合っているぞ。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ。花を奪っていったのはマルゼンスキー。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。マルゼンスキー、快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはミホノブルボン。2馬身3馬身開いて待機シャトル。1馬身差ビターグラッセ。2コーナー回って向こう上面。現在1番手はマルゼンスキー、続きましたミホノブルボン。4馬身離れて待機シャトル。4番手にはビターグラッセ。2馬身差15番、あとはハッピーミーク。14番並びかけてきた。後ろハルウララ、あとは4番その外並んでエイシングフラッシュ。外を回ってリトルココ。少し後ろから9番差がなく7番、そして外目をつきましては10番。後方2番手に8番、そして最後方16番。意気揚々と先頭を行きますミホノブルボン。どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。
切り札はこれだ。
第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
栄光まで400。この直線で勝負が決まると最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのはマルゼンスキー。ハルウララ、強烈な追い上げ。ハルウララ、ここで抜け出した200を通過。ハルウララ、足色を
Alright, that's better.
ハルウララ、リード。
Also, I think. Oh no, Glass didn't get locked out.
強さを見せつけて
It almost looked like we were gonna have Marzensky and Taiki walk up both of the Wonder Twins.
URA ファイナルズ決勝を制しました。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
So close. Marzensky is behind by one length. Although Kokon also lost to Marzensky and Bourbon. Alright, concert. We got... Alright, we got 3 more stats from the reporter, too. I didn't realize we'd gone near that far up. So we hit... Still 1130 power, so I guess we would have been a bit lower without the reporter. Unfortunately, that becomes, what, like 11... or 1020. So I think, actually, sort of shockingly, stat-wise, this is a little bit better, just even after the penalty, than the Turf A one. But skill-wise, I think it's kind of worse. Particularly, we're missing curvature, we don't have the... we're lacking a number of the corner skills that we got last time, too. Gap buzzer. It's a hybrid acceleration and speed. Guess we can take. It's maxed out, so it seems like a good buy. This is a little expensive without the extra hints, but we might still end up taking the United Spirit, because, like, what else is there here? Most of this leftover good stuff is late surgery. We got an awful lot of mile skills, too. So this might be meticulous measures plus United Speed Spirit. Or United Spirit Speed. I think that's like the only stuff that's even worth considering at this point. We have 59 left. I think we can buy Body Days or Firm Conditions. The Firm Conditions does nothing for us here because it's a... The CM is wet terrain. And Cloudy Days doesn't do anything either because we'd have to take Snowy Days. So I guess if we just grab something to spend the SP, it would be Firm Conditions. This definitely would have been better if we had actually gotten the A turf. Although I guess I would have probably been still kind of upset at the stats. Nice 3-star straightaway spurt though. The Firm Conditions that I just used last of the SP on came a 2-star. Real funny game. Do a quick direct comparison here.
お餅みたいにぷくっと成長できたよ。一流のラジオ体操でした。叶えて夢
Alright, basically the same speed. And this power whizzes 113. So this is... it actually ends up worse on power. Also, I guess this one has Sprint S, so it's like closer to 1100 speed. Yeah, never mind. I think the second run is just objectively worse, sadly. Made a good effort, I suppose. So yeah, I guess if it had hit the A turf, it would basically have been trading out 50-ish speed for another 100 and some power. I guess also losing out on curvature and the other skills. Unfortunate. Yeah, let me dump this RP real quick. Just need to get rid of 2 of it. Ooh, prize with every win. So we got a box. Let's do one more. Might have to go like slightly late to get the third run done for Haru. So just dump the third RP. Need to be doing it for the event credit anyway. Ain't that convenient. It's actually funny. They recently-ish added extra club points for posting shoe requests. I didn't realize that would get everyone so active with that. Seems like such a piddly amount, but apparently it turned into people actually actively requesting basically a day round. Alright, well, I think we just simply need to get luckier yet again. I guess if we wanted to drop Air Shakir, rely on Hishi, but that's probably not the best idea. We kind of do need a little more stat sticking. The question is, what would we do? Could technically do a 4th speed card. Although, actually, no, we would probably want to do... still do some wit, so it'd probably be a Kitaru angle. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with this for now. Some fairly solid initial turns here. See if the game keeps it up. Sleep deprived again. Kind of tempting. Chance it, I guess. No, I think I'm gonna take the energy down here and see if it manipulates us into a better rest. Well, we didn't get the 70, but we still got the 50. I think we'll just rest this one. Really? Double sleep deprived and the goddamn night owl. It's like flashback to the really shitty Rima starts.
実力は完全に上位ですね。
スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは9番、1番、3番、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、9番会長に飛ばしていきます。7番上がっていきます。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのは9番、3番並んできた。激しい先頭争い。1番3番手、5馬審査ハルウララ、2馬審査4番、外には5番差がなく2番、外には7番。大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越されたハルウララ、まだ抑えたままだ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは9番ハルウララ。外で足を溜めています。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのは3番、抜け出したのは3番だが後続も追いすがる。栄光まで400、外を回っていったのはハルウララ。 突っ込んでくるハルウララ。2番手争いは9番ハルウララ。ハルウララまくって上がってくる。残り200。ハルウララ抜け出した。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。
At least she did okay on her debut.
1着はハルウララ。最後意地を見せ。
あわわわやった
Immediately Night Owl exacting a toll. Because of course.
やるなら面白い練習がいいな。そういうのある？いくよ。
So far away from classic summer too. Alright, well, early straightaway spurt. Suppose that's nice to have. Here, of course, this is the 17 because of the Night Owl. Might have done this on a 10% chance. At 17.
なんかヘロヘロかも。ナイスちゃん。よし、やるぞ。お参り。ワクワクするね。そうだ。よし、やるぞ。
Not getting any mood up events either, so that's gonna bleed stats.
なんだろう。お出かけだ。
Okay, no shrine event though. Shrine event would have been kind of nice here.
なんだろう。ねえねえ。
Oh, 5-stack here with a double rainbow, and that's only worth 26 or 28 speed. I guess 28 plus the 2 from the reporter. Still, shockingly lethargic.
今のうらら。いくよ。
Ah. It's gambling the Night Owl cure off of that, but sadly, it did not work.
今のうらら。
Really should progress vodka here, but I'm sort of tempting to take the 3 unity, but we'll do the speed turn.
張り切っていこ
Because it still also gets Kita-san a unity.
う。そうだ。それ。
This is not a good turn. I guess maybe we can Infirmary here. Yeah, I think it's still rather quick vodka. Speaking of Unity, somehow we got to E on just 19 lights Unity. It almost looks like no one leveled up. This is a very fake E team. I take issue with being designated as an E rank team with those stats.
注目の1番人気4番さあスタート各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは2番春うらら6番芝からダートに入ります。2番早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は10番春うららここにいた。さらに6番すぐに続いて12番それを見るように8番少し
It's just a front runner and a pack of late
それ
surgers.
を見るように9番1番並んできた。後方2番手に5番そして最後方3番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。2番どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
先頭は相変わらず2番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれだ。
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された春うらら前を狙っているぞ。さあ誰が
It's like late surger Haru in second place is otherwise question mark.
最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは2番突っ込んでくる春うらら400を切りました。抜け出したのは2番だが後続も追いすがる春うららすごい足で上がってきた春うららここで抜け出した200を通過春うらら足色は衰えない春うららリードは2打線先頭は依然春うららやりました春うらら
あわわわやったー。
End late, end. Wait, there was a pace in there. What was the pace chaser doing? I guess maybe late started and got stuck? Because the pace chaser should have been ahead of Haru. But everyone else, it makes sense that they were behind her. Strange. Draw over on the medium race, huh?
私たちウィナーです。
It's Vodka's fault, not Kida-san's this time.
今の裏張り切っていこう。なんだろう。すっごく
You're
眠く
fine resting this.
今年のよしやるぞ。
Air Shakira is lagging a little bit.
ねえね
注目の1番人気7番
出走
天からなさあゲートが開いた。 各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはスマートファルコン、2番13番芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、スマートファルコン快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭を行ったのはスマートファルコン。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番、内には2番15番並んでくる。そしてその内を回って12番、少し後ろから6番、3馬身離れて10番、4番内から行く。その外並んで9番、外から14番、そしてその内8番5番内から行く。ハルウララここにいます。2馬身3馬身開いて3番、後方2番手に1番11番、最後方からのレースになりました。大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があると。
I guess that does translate into more velocity off the skill.
どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。さあ内から先頭を伺うのは2番ハルウララ。まだ抑えたままだ。最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはスマートファルコン。
Hurry, don't get stuck.
ハルウララ内をつくすごい足だ。ハルウララ先番を目指して加速する。まくって上がってくるハルウララ。飛び込んできたハルウララ。残り200。ハルウララすごい足で上がってきたハルウララ。完全に抜け出した。強いハルウララ。足色は衰えない。やりましたハルウララ。見事な走り。
わわわわ、やったー。
Hooray! We managed to avoid losing the OP race. I mean, I guess that'll probably help Bear Shakir catch up slightly faster. It's such a troll timing for that, though. Sad we're missing that, but it is what it is. Wow, we really are just like not rolling that 70 like ever. No turf. So senior year is gonna have to be real generous. This also means that we're probably gonna follow the normal race plan. The sea turf is generally a bad place to be for trying to muscle our way through turf races here. We got earlier curvature, or rather, I guess curvature at all in this run. Since technically we got snubbed in the previous one. Oh, we finally cured Night Owl. Without needing to actually visit the infirmary. Truly a feat. It's a nice power level for our training. Our Unity's looking a little suspect here, but it's a pretty big risk to click that. I think we're just going to have to bank on not exploding here.
Haru
実力は完全に上位ですね。
貫禄すら感じてしまいます。
Yeah, new Haru. I do have carrots still left, yes. I had to go to pity though, so it cost me 30,000 of the stash.
さあゲートが開いた各馬娘
But I still have like 40 some thousand
先頭に抜け出し
left
た。注
in
目しましょう。
先行争いは7番エルフ
The,
ォンベルダー
the
5番
bank.
芝からダートに入ります。注目の春うらら少し後方に位置取りましたね。
So I guess there's the consideration of what I want to do with it, if I want to consider chasing some support cards.
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
9番会長に飛ばしていきます。先頭をかけます。9番
The same gacha new
4番
Haru.
4番
Yes.
2人の競り合いは続いている。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
現在
I
相
think-
手は9番続きました4番1馬身離れて西村さんは1馬身差7番
Well, I guess it's
外には
predicted.
12番
It's predicted that March will be the,
さらには春うらら少し
the first
離れて
nice
5番
nature
大
alt.
欅を越え4コーナーへまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。
リフだわそれだ
But that's something to fairly easily still save up for over the course of February. If I were to spend on something else. The problem isn't that any support SSRs are just like extremely unattractive to me, simply because most of them won't function without being max limit broken, and like actually pulling 5 copies as a free-to-play sounds extremely daunting, and like it would be a huge carrot block hole, so I don't think 30,000 would be enough. Considering the expected for like generally a new banner would be, including pulls and pity, is like 2.5 statistically, so statistically it'd be 60,000 carats for a max limit break SSR, which sounds awful. Looking back to the 30k you went through on the Kita rerun and only got 2 before pity, yeah. Yeah, you got around the statistical expected amount there, so it's rough. Basically, you have to get really lucky. Free-to-play sounds rough to stay competitive. Yeah, I mean, that's just gacha in general. Unless you're mega lucky, you're probably not actually being competitive. Only worked out because of the selector and crystal, yeah. Because I mean, that's effectively what happened with me too there. With the initial run, I ended up with 2 limit break, and the only reason it worked out and didn't suck away more of my carrots in the rerun is that I had the selector and the crystal. But probably want to just have a full 60k to get a pity twice. Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that you're still not... You're not guaranteed to get the statistical expected, though. So you almost need more as a safety measure, but it's like... Just how much can anyone afford to really spend? Because 90,000 is like 5 months worth of free-to-play carrot savings. At that point, it'd have to be really unlucky. I mean... Because, like, 60,000 is the statistical average, and we all know how averages end up being with Fire Emblem, right? Because you only need 3 out of 5 there. I mean, yes. But you're expected to get 1.5 for every 30,000 credit or carrots. So over 60,000, you're expected to pull 3 and then pity yourself the other 2. which is exactly 5, which is what makes it dicey, because there's no real room for statistical error. If you get even a bit unlucky and fall outside of the expected, then you might end up with 4 or less copies, even with pity. Alright, we have ads hitting, so I'm gonna let those run, then we'll come back and continue the run, and hopefully senior year doesn't screw us, but it's been pretty mean the last 2 runs, so I don't know. And we're back. You forgot if he even got a Condor with Kita on the rerun banner. Yeah, I guess it's been a while since you played, right? So you probably don't even remember what a lot of your card stock looks like. But yeah, at the end of the day, the gacha distribution system kind of sucks. And the 0.75 garbage rates are like very much the kind of thing that's set to encourage rage pulling.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは12番スマートファルコン、2番 スマートファルコン先頭に立つのか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは12番、そして外目をつきましては11番。それを見るように7番、第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。
You just went looking through the Discord messages you sent when you did the
離れ
polls.
立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードす
Didn't
ること
feel
が
like
できるか。
logging in to
続いては
check.
12番、それを見るように7番、2馬身離れて11番、さらに4番、内には2番、2馬身離れて3番、少し離れて春うらら、そしてその外を回って9番、内から5番、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ9馬身。依然先頭はスマートファルコン。続きました12番、少し後ろから7番、4番手4番、差がなく11番、少し後ろから2番、それを見るように3番、少し離れて春うらら、2馬身離れて9番、外目をついて1番、後方2番手に5番、6番、現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スマートファルコン、どうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
400を切りました。まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
Well, we don't appear to be having any issues overtaking them
見
here.
事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。これは強い。先頭は依然春うらら。3番手争いは7番、3番、3番。
Would you have necessarily known how many of a card you would have had before doing this polls versus after?
最終第5レース。
I mean, I suppose, but
これ以上ない結果をチームへ届けました。
that probably would have only been a problem if you looked and you had a merged up Condor, right? Do you actually know if you had a merged Condor? I guess you could have technically gotten spooked by a Condor in one of the other banners too, depending on how much you were pulling. Oh, you had one before that? Nice. Did you actually end up getting one? 'Cause I can't remember if you ended up with a merged Condor. Okay, that was a little spooky, but we were technically under unitied for even the easy route. Ended up with 2 copies total. Ah, okay.
気満タン絶好調だよ。
I feel like we have a lot of incentive to click this wit turn, so we're doing
よ
it.
しやるぞ。 さあ、価値ある時間をあげるわ。ララー。
Wow, nice power. Alright, taking that.
一丁始めっか。
Well, that does demolish our energy.
なんだろう。
Yeah, it's a nice speed turn. I don't think that's worth a coin flip.
海行くの？今の裏。今年の私。ララー、やる気満タン絶好調だよ。
Man. So there's like no room for error when we don't have at least Turf B here. Feels bad, man.
注目の1番人気1番春うらら。
実力は完全に上位ですね。貫禄すら感じ。
Which getting one of those in 200 pulls is a pretty good example of how the margins for going to pity can go wrong, as I was saying. Yeah.
出走だ。
スタートです。 各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出
Yeah,
す
.75 is such a dismal
2
rate.
番エルコンドルパサー、11番芝からダートに入ります。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、2番
It's like if the 3% wasn't just like an all encompassing SSR rate. It was instead just the rate that was, even if it was split between the two featured, if that was the rate for them alone, it would feel at least a little more reasonable. Although 1.5 is still not a great rate.
切り札はそれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です
It would still look a lot less bad, but unfortunately.
二川の舞台はこれから坂がある。並んでくる春うらら、春うらら、すごい押して上がってきた春うらら、抜け出した春うらら、ここで上がってきたぞ。残り200食い下がる。10番先頭は変わらず春うらら、これはすごい。春うらら、強いとしか言えない走り。次のレースが今から楽しみです。エニフステークスを制しました。春うららの完勝でした。2着は10番、3着に入ったのは13番。
わわわわ、やったー。
Actually, is this? I mean, we have a pretty good race bonus. It is one.
力が出ないよ。
Or not. I keep saying race bonus, but it's fan bonus. And it's 1 point. Yeah. Or 57%, but. Is that actually enough with these?
なんだろう、すっごく眠くて。
This is a 6K,
はあ
16K. Because whether or not it's enough tends to actually fluctuate with my deck. I can't remember the exact benchmark.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
But if we win, but oh, that's actually close. Yeah, we actually need one more race in here somewhere. We're 500 short of attempting the Sprinter Stakes. If that's, it's really annoying.
なんだろう、すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ
We could do another OP race.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
Otherwise, we could chance one of the turf races, but those are usually like really bad. I guess we have 600 power, so we'd go down to 480. We
なん
might
だ
be
ろう、すっごく眠くて。
we might be okay attempting it.
は
But we can't do it on this turn as part of the problem. When I'd actually like to race instead of picking any of these.
あなんかヘロヘロかも。お前
Alright, I think what we'll do is we'll train this turn. Try to race a sprint here next turn. Dude, the triple rainbow on this turn.
そうだ、トレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ。後で遊ぼうね。
I don't think we could reasonably move. I mean, technically we could try the mile championship. That sounds like something that's gonna self-destruct us though. We could also go for the Hanshin Cup instead. Alright, let's do that.
張り切っていこう。なんだろう。
Okay, now we're not like giving up really good training teams.
ここは負けられない1番人気16番ハルウララ
You're like, it's one of those things where it shouldn't be a problem to win with these stats, but the game has a tendency of hating on Haru.
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは13番スマートファルコン待機シャトル、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、花を奪っていたのはスマートファルコン。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは13番、3番手には11番、そして内目をつきましてはオグリキャ
Because
ス
its speed, power, and stamina is basically what Oguri was coming into. Runs like Elizabeth II and Jacob in my sprint runs for her, and she was just demolishing them.
目が離せません。
So this is not, like, these are not places where this Haru should be struggling.
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
So I probably should have picked the bottom to see if it would have reduced me. So I don't know if this is low enough to boost my chances of hitting the higher energy.
なんだろう。
It's kind of impossible to tell, so I just like
ヘ
guess.
ロヘロかも。
Because
力が出ないよ。
the patch notes say, ah, yes, at lower energy you have a higher chance, but by how much? Well, we didn't high roll the recovery there, so who knows?
今年の私はお参りの時ね。
Actually, let's do the early give Mummy a hug again. I don't think I'm willing to do early curvature without corner adaptance, so.
注目の1番人気1番
出走だ。
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りま
The
した。
extra acceleration can be a race winner, so, you know.
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばして行きます。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは15番外目をついてスマートファルコン菱アマゾン。4番手待機シャトル続いている。外からエルコンドルパサー。8番並んでくる。7番内から行く。向こう上面に入って先頭はマルゼンスキー。先頭マルゼンスキー。レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続いて スマートファルコン、内で15番1馬身離れてヒシアマゾン、すぐに続いてエルコンドルパッサー、その内並んで8番、さらには待機シャトル、そしてその後方には7番1馬身差西のフラワー。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント。少し後ろから16番内オグリーキャップ、13番外から行く1馬身離れてハルウララ、そしてその外から行ったのは3番第4コーナーカーブ。
ここからスパート。
切り札はこれだ。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉えるとは出てくるのか。残り400、最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのはマルゼンスキー。マルゼンスキー強すぎる。完全に抜け出した待機シャトル、追いすがる。残り200、先頭は変わらずマルゼンスキー。このまま最後まで行ってしまうのか。どちらも一歩も譲らない熾烈なデッドヒート。
Wow, we got super screwed there for no reason.
みんな強いね。次は負けないぞ。
Well, run's basically dead unless we can.
なんだろう。
I don't know if we have enough
力が抜けて。
senior races here. Yeah, because that's a medium. I don't know if there's any way we recover this now.
なんかヘロヘロかも。力が出ないよ。
The Psy Game's hate for Haru is real.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて力が抜けて。はあ。
Well, I've had to pity for her, so I got her because I had 30,000. But thanks to the Carats anyway.
ちょっと付き合えよ。
見ててねトレーナー。バビューンと一着取ってきちゃうから。いくよ
勝ちは十分に狙える3番。
いよいよ。さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気進行ウィンディー、芝からダートに入ります。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は12番春うらら。落ち着かない様子。
Oh boy,
冷
late
静さ
and
を取り戻
rush.
せるといいのですが。
先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは4番1馬身離れて進行ウィンディー、5番外から行く12番追走1馬身離れて春うらら、さらに3番その後から8番内から1番外を通りまして11番大手焼きを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのはスマートファルコン進行ウィンディー。先頭に変わった栄光まで400ハルウララ。並びかけてきたハルウララ。ここで抜け出したハルウララ。見事なごぼう抜きを見せる。200を通過。食い下がる進行ウィンディー、進行ウィンディー。食らいついていく。先頭は依然ハルウララ、ハルウララ。1着でゴールイン。実力
うわわわやったー。チームキングの勝利よ。 参りのやるわよ合体魔法
Nice tissues. Yeah, I don't think this run has been anywhere close to the run for a while now.
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは桜爆心王西のフラワー7番
Oh, next Fire Emblem is going to be a Shadows of Valentia run.
快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は桜爆心王単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番、そしてその
The engage run, that's, I need to change the schedule, but the engage run in there is, one that we just finished. Problem with engage challenge runs is we're done all the good ones. I mean, you can't say the food item one wasn't funny though, right? And let me combo it with a Bune carry run too, so double value. Enough that they're hard to find, fair. Next is to speedrun it. Yeah, doing the, like, executing the speedruns is something, like, I'm not... I guess I'm not super into, so I'm very sporadic on what I actually choose for that. Man! First we're actually getting, like, some legit high roll turns on the one where we get mega screwed on the races. Okay, I guess maybe I'll accept getting so screwed on the races if the game gives me like 1200 speed and power and the turf A. But losing the unique levels is really bad. So the game needs to give me like something really stupid high roll as compensation.
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
桜爆心王快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは桜爆心王。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はオグリキャップ、3番手に西の
Speedrunning FP is a very different skill set than squeezing out reliability in the face of standard advantages. It's true. I mean, it's not like I haven't speedrun before. It's just... I'm actually not even sure what I consider my criteria for what interests me. I just kind of pick up whatever on a whim when I do speedrun.
く眠くて力が抜けて。
You know what the sad thing too is about hitting those 2 triple rainbows is they only really put us on track speed-wise. So I think we were also not doing particularly well in terms of speed and classic gear either.
なんだろう。今年の私。
Very sad times for Haru.
シャッターなんすか。
Ogre lost. No cap. No cap indeed.
力がバーンって溢れそう。
No, not a single turf. Actually, I think that was a really bad inspiration, too.
ねえねえ、練習どれにしようってなったら。
Yeah, wow, we got like 40 stats.
楽しいよ。
Nothing actually useful. That's a pretty garbage inspiration. I don't think the game's gonna be giving us the kind of high roll we need to compensate for. I mean, I guess we didn't get the turf anyway. But somehow I don't think the game's intent on being nice. Full stop.
シャッターなんすか。 オッケー。ちょっと付き合えよ。 ワクワクするね。 なんだろう。
Probably rest to prep for summer, because those aren't like amazing turns. Although this run is technically cooked, we'll just play it out as though we were doing it. Seriously. See where the stats end up. Because the speed is actually looking legitimately high now.
いい作りよー。
勝ちは十分に狙える。
青春杯今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディー。そしてその内を回って1番1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。第2コーナーの丘を越え直線へ。続いて進行ウィンディー10番3番手外には2番差がなく1番その後7番すぐに続いて春うらら。あとは11番向こう正面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。依然先頭はスマートファルコン。続きました進行ウィンディー1馬身差2番10番並んでくる1番5番手その
I mean, if anything, the DLC for a Pokemon game putting in new areas and NPCs is maybe a good thing.
12番現在しんがりだ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。進行ウィンディーどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
400を切りました。第4コーナーカーブ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
互いに足を止めている展開。
Because the games could really stand to work on their lore or story a lot. And they've proven that they can actually do like decent storylines without getting overly complicated. Like in Scarlet Violet, they have the doggo subplot. They should just do more stuff like that. Like, cut out all the gym storyline garbage. Do more personalized stuff. Because you don't need to do anything crazy complicated to invoke empathy from the player. Like a story about a guy, his dog, and their bond is simple as you can get, but it hit pretty well. Pokemon games are not known for their masterful storytelling. I mean, they don't even have to do anything masterful. Because, like, technically speaking, the doggo story, like I said, isn't anything super complex.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
That's still a good story.
14番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていくウマ娘。
You give credit to Scarlet Violet's finale section. They did pretty good. They're pretty good with that. I feel like it's a little bit forced, just because the friends that get brought together outside of what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name anymore. I think it starts with an A, the guy who had the dog. Like, he's connected to it, but your other two friends from the other storylines don't really have too much of an investment aside from, oh, they're just kind of adjacent to you, I guess. Arvin, right, that was his name. So it was a little bit weird to me that they're kind of just there. It's more Arvin's story, and the others are just kind of there. You're interested to see what I'll think of ZA if I ever get around to it. Yeah, I plan to eventually do it. But I guess at this point, it'll have to be after Advance Wars. So, not really sure when I'm gonna end up slotting that in. But, I mean, I always had plans to do ZA. Just because I feel like Arceus is head and shoulders above pretty much anything else they've released for as far as Pokemon content goes. I guess barring stuff like getting into side content made by other companies like Explorers of Sky. But as far as stuff actually made by Game Freak, I don't think there's anything that really compares to Arceus. The overall story didn't seem particularly impressive, but the character stuff was fun too. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Penny was pretty interesting in within her own storyline, even if the storyline itself was a little bit, I guess, eyebrow raising. I don't really like the gym system at all, though, so being stalked by Nemono was just a little bit more annoying to me than anything.
そうだトレーナーのちょっと付き合
Oh,
うよ
referring to ZA, okay.
今年の私は人は
Well, I guess I'll have to see when I get there.
ちょっと付き合えよライスちゃんと
Man, I guess we're just getting nothing but, like, half-decent wind turns. Or as good as they can possibly be, considering... So yeah, I think even if we had gone the Turf A, I don't think these stats would have actually paid out.
そうだトレーナーのどんなメニューをやるのお出かけだ始まる前からうららな感じ勝ったら人参
So we basically just completely stalled after... Well, actually during summer.
注目の一番人気
Summer turns were pretty damn bad.
出走だ
今スタートが切られました各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
It's gonna be the reboot camps.
先行争いは桜爆心王待機シャトル小栗キャップ期待通りの結果を出せるか一番人気春うららさあ花に立ったのは
So with the upgraded, I guess the upgraded graphics and the voiceovers.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは14番3番手に待機シャトルそして内目をつきましては小栗キャップさらには春うらら少し離れて尾行ペガサス外で16番8番内から行く9番並んでくるすぐに続いて11番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ先頭は動かないこのまま直線での争いになるのか地方レース場トップクラスの長さを誇るオール
You
の
liked reboot camp?
最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がったのは待機シャトルハルウララ行きました残り
Just in general?
ハルウララハルウララ完全に抜け出した先頭ハルウララしかしその差はわずかお見事ハルウララ100歳以上の強さ
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね勝利の花丸だ
Well, apparently we've hit 3 or 50 wins across all 3 careers at this point.
今年の私
Actually, that might have included the Tama I did earlier this afternoon, too.
ちょっと付き合えよライスちゃんと張り切っていこう
This is like a really sad finish for what looked like a pretty promising stout.
勝ったら人参プリンでお祝い
11番人
みんな強いね次は負けないぞ人参たくさん食べたから
Spirit Burst still did, or were done better, or ended up better than last run. We actually have 3 B rank runners now.
?4 番人気1番
スワモスタートです各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです
芝からダートに入ります さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番、3番手に7番、4番手に6番、差がなく10番、そのうち並んで進行ウィンディ、さらに外12番、そのうち並んで11番、それを見るように4番、その後太陽マシン開いて春うらら、後方2番手に5番、ポツンと1人8番、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スマートファルコン、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
スマートファルコンまだリードをキープしています。続いて6番、すぐに続いて7番、大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があると、ここから捉えることができるのか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。春うらら前を狙っているぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのは7番。さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはスマートファルコン。春うらら並んできた。400を切りました。内から仕掛けたのは春うらら。
Mummy Frog.
突っ込んでくる
I guess we're not getting the
最後は
Mummy
一人の
Frog.
つばぜり合いだ。先頭7番、しかしその差はわずか200を通過。春うららぐんぐんと上がっていく。春うらら完全に抜け出した。
Haru with the last second steal.
出し切ってゴール。勝ったのは春うらら。チームから
うわわわやったー。
Well, we won 3-2 again, I guess.
注目の1番人気3番
出走だ。
足もスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは桜爆心王、テイエムオペラ王、9番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら、先頭を行ったのは桜爆心王。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは
Wait, you don't know if the
2番
reference was supposed to be to Final Fantasy or
さらに
Dragon
外10番
Quest?
外目をついて15番西のフラワー、並びかけてきたキングヘイロー、続いている少し後ろから春うらら、外から行く尾行ペガサス、内にはナイスネイチャー、外待ちかね福来たる。
Are we gonna try Dragon Quest 7 or Reimagined?
これだ。
ここからスパート。
Probably not.
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。
I'm not the biggest fan of how the Dragon Quest series handles status effects.
春うらら、ここで上がってきたぞ。飛び込んできた春うらら、200を通過。先頭は桜爆心王。変わらない。ここまでか。桜爆心王。春うらら、差し切ってゴール。春うらら。
It wasn't a reference to either of them? I
制
see.
しました。2着は桜。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の花丸だ。
ちょっと付き合えよ。
始まる前か。
注目の3番人気5番春うら
God,
ら。
that stat line is taking a hard crash. This is like the first run. Except the first run had just better everything else, too.
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはアイネス風神、マルゼンスキー、スマートファルコン、芝からダートに入ります。さあ激しい先行争いで前に出たのはマルゼンスキー、日本のブルボン。続いている激しい先頭争い。少し離れてアイネス風神14番並んでくる。スマートファルコン追走、それを見るように真山トップガン。外には15番16番追走。1馬身差2番、外目をついてビワハヤヒデ。少し後ろからスペシャルウィーク1馬身離れて1番、さらに春うらら1馬身差11番、後方2番手に10番3番、最後方からという体勢であります。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
ここからスパート。 と一気にレースが動きます。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。栄光まで400、最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。ハルウララここで上がってくる。ハルウララぐんぐんと上がっていく。残り200。ハルウララ足色は衰えない。ハルウララリードは2馬身。後ろを突き放してハルウララ今勝利です。この子にかなう。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
And Haru's cute every time doing that.
なんだろう。張り切っていこう。見ててねトレーナー。バビューンといっちゃう。
I guess I should actually grab everything now. So we do want to actually beat the Wonder Twins.
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気6番ハルウララ。
出走だ。
輝きさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは16番ハッピービークメジロマックイーン。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ビターグラッセ16番快勝に飛ばしていきます。先頭は16番単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはメジロマックイーンビターグラッセ。内から行く。
Seventh place then Clover. Sure, why not?
そしてその後ろから行くのはハッピービーク。さらに内から待機シャトル。それを見るようにハルウララ外を回ってリトルココ大欅を越え4コーナーへ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。
リフだわ。それだ。
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ先制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは16番。外を回っていったのはハルウララ。400を切りました。飛び込んできたハルウララ。最後は2人のつばぜり合いだ。抜け出したのはビターグラッセだが後続も追いすがる。残り
Where's our money, Brock? Haru?
粘っている。並んでくるハルウララ。上がってまいりましたハルウララ。ハルウララ
Barely getting in front there.
ハルウララYou are
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Of course, Kokon snuck ahead of Meek, too. Yes, get wrecked, Glass. Alright, well, I'll let the concert run, and I'm gonna let ads run during it, too. Go refill my water, and then we'll see about doing another run, and if we have time, the 5th floor of the night, too. So, we're back. Alright, and we're back. I guess speed managed to clear 1100. And so the way those earlier turns looked, this definitely should have had speed hit 1200. I guess not that it matters without the turf, or... I guess this skill set is probably better than the second runs. Particularly since we still got, like, actual curvature and stuff. Not a lot of filler skills, though. We're missing all, like, the end closer, X, and whatever. Straightaways, corners. I think we actually missed on a lot of the sprint skills, too. I guess it's still technically better, though. So yeah, not as good as the first run skill set. Better than second runs, and then didn't do so well at anything else. I guess we're closing in on 150 carats for a hopeful stake celebration. Let's see. So I think this next one we can still spend double TP again, and then we should have... Yeah, we should have enough to do without double TP on the final one. Considering if maybe I should drop Halo for like B1 and run Biko Pegasus as a third speed card. So like, I don't think I want to give up Vodka being the stat stick for power here as a thing, because power is pretty important. I think we'll just continue using this. Yeah, I think it's basically just the game has to stop being mean. Simply get luckier. 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM is almost 600 US now. Hooray, profiteering.
ライスちゃんと行くよ。ねえねえ。よし、やるぞ。
And that's really worth taking a gamble on. Especially since it can mess up a good turn on the following turn.
そうだ。
Yeah, these are all a little bit better here. Like the perfectly even split to make me pause. Which one of these is better? Probably the power turn.
行くよ。今年の私は一味違うよ。2、3。
It's gonna hang on to your 6+-year-old PC for a while. Yeah, it's definitely what I would do if it ended up in that situation, or if things ended up that way and I needed, or I guess I hadn't picked up this PC on Black. Why say Black Friday? It's like Black Friday week now, since they keep doing it for like multiple weeks or whatever. If I hadn't picked it up during that period, I would definitely be waiting for things to calm down otherwise. Yeah, I updated just in time, apparently. I mean, the significant sales too did give a pretty good incentive to buy into it at that point. It is actually interesting to consider that things went lower there before they turned out how they did at this point. The laptop is 64 gigabytes, which is still plenty even by today's standards. Yeah, because all the stuff that I was looking at that would have, or that was on sale, 64 was still kind of on the top end of things. At least as far as stuff that was on the more affordable side. There's technically some crazier, more expensive rigs that were also like quote-unquote on sale, but still costing like $4,000. That was definitely way out of my way.
足色は衰えないハルウララ、リードは5馬身、先頭は依然ハルウララ、大楽勝だ。ハルウララゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制した。
Bought with the minimum configuration and then swapped in. Oh, more the day you got it in the SSC. I've definitely found myself doing like less modification of my own stuff as time has gone on. So I tend to look at prices and go, especially actually with the sales this year. Because this PC is technically like a pre-built. I was looking at if I had constructed it, or if I were to construct it myself from similar parts, and it actually came out to be more expensive. I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm buying the pre-built. Yeah, this did come with a little bit of bloatware, but I uninstalled most of it. Yeah, it was actually kind of funny, because I was looking at the parts, and individually a lot of parts were just not on sale. So it just made it so it would have been more expensive for me to try to assemble something myself. Yo, boy, you love McAfee virus, sweet. Doesn't everyone? I mean, I guess I'm not doing the greed route, so we don't necessarily absolutely need that spirit burst, and I'd rather improve the friendship there. Yeah, speaking of improving the friendship. There we go, orange vodka. Well, I guess we're getting a spirit burst anyway. You know, it's funny. This F-rank team has more E-rank runners than the supposed E-rank team we had at the first Unity and the last run.
注目の一番人気
Tuzuna out here with the gaslighting.
スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気春うらら10番会長に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのは10番。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は12番。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。
Yeah, I actually noticed that one of the other candidates I ended up rejecting was very blatantly missing some of the stuff on the MOBA. Because it looked similar specs to the one I bought here, but it actually had no USB 3 ports, which feels kind of wild to me in this day and age.
続きました7番12番3番手その後ろに春うららそれを見るように1番
It's one of those things where you don't notice it unless you're reading the fine print on the website.
さらに5番差がなく9番最高峰8番現在1番手は10番続いて7番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう勝負どころ
Yeah, no USB 3.0, it was all USB 2.0's ports. At least according to the specs. 残り200これは強い先頭は春うらら変わらない春うらら足色は衰えない2番手争いは3番7番 Yeah, I mean, that's why it's wild to me. It's like, this should be standard. What was that pre-built doing?
素晴らしい走りでチームに勝利をもたらしました2着には3番3着は7番
To be fair, the first few years it was out was pretty jank. I mean, true, but this is also over a decade later, right? So it's supposed to be a standard feature. But for some reason, that one was all USB 2 ports. Cause yeah, the thing advertised, it was like, ah, yes, this PC has, it was something like 10 USB ports, but when I looked at the actual specs for what the ports were, they were all USB 2. So that got crossed off the list pretty fast after I saw that. Kinda want the wit turn, but also the power turn, but power turn does way more for us here, so I guess we're taking that. 10 USB 2 ports, think of the power. Yeah, I don't know. You used to get that many by daisy-chaining hubs so you could use all the peripherals your mid-aughts laptop needed to function. That's pretty funny.
番ハルウ
出走
天からな今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いは
I actually still run a USB hub for the stream setup whenever I'm doing anything with my capture cards.
マルゼンスキー続いて3番マルゼンスキー3番2人の競り合いは続いている。
いいライバル関係になりそうですね。
先頭はマルゼンスキー単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番外から12番7番並んでくる5番手に15番
Just because it's more convenient to feed it off on the front, since I need to disassemble everything to make sure that Asuna doesn't get at them.
5番大け焼きを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された。まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最終コーナー
The laptop is long with the nuts, but you still have those tubs sitting in a desk drawer somewhere, like charms.
完全に抜け出したハルウララ。負けられない負けられないとハルウララ。
That's pretty funny.
200を通過ハルウララ。リードは3馬身。強い先頭はハルウララ。
You do sometimes actually have to bring a USB hub with you when you travel, since your existing laptop has 2 USB ports and you want mouse, keyboard, and headset to play FF14. Makes sense.
完勝でした。2着マルゼンスキー3着は12番。
If even one of those used USB-C, you can avoid this. Yeah. Actually, if I had a USB-C feed for any of the peripherals I have here, too, well, no, I probably still wouldn't quite cut down enough. Because I do have a USB-C on the front of this tower, too. Everyone must have a drawer with old PC parts and cell phones. Yeah, I used to have old PCs taking up my, like a quarter of my spare room. I've since gotten rid of a lot of that stuff, but back when I was in high school and, like, university, I got a bunch of old, like, government desktops for really cheap because they were so outdated that they were just getting rid of them and trying to just recover, like, dozens of dollars for them, basically. And I put together a LAN in my parents' basement for some, like, classic games. And I eventually took all those PCs with me when I moved out, but they ended up just being a waste of space, because we never really LAN gamed after that at any of the other places I either rented or whatever, so I eventually just decided to get rid of them, but like, they were quite old too. Like, they were old enough that they were still running like AGP graphics cards. And even among the strongest ones, I tried to set one of them up as like a Terraria server. And it, yeah, it couldn't even handle that. That's basically when I decided it was maybe time to completely retire them and send them into recycling. Yeah, because like, it's the kind of thing that was, it was basically barely, well, I guess not all of them, but most of the ones were barely strong enough to run Counter-Strike Source, basically.
遊ぼうね。
So anything from Counter-Strike source backward is what we land with those. So we did like really stupid stuff like 8-person Diablo 2 sessions and StarCraft. You forgot about AGP slots and the IDE interface almost. I mean, it's been a while. None of that stuff's been relevant for decades.
ありゃりゃ。
Oh. Yeah, that was bound to happen. We'd gone away without failing anything for a while. Even like the really stupid stuff, like at the end of the second run when I was just meme clicking that 61% failure, it didn't fail, so you know, it was gonna backfire at some point. Ah, no turf. Sag.
ねえねえ、練習どれにしようってなったら、おみくじで決めるのどうかな。きっと楽しいよ。
I mean, I guess we got 90 stats, but basically nothing else. The skill hints are pretty bad. Yeah, we've been pretty lucky as far as not having training backfire.
お参りの時ね、神様に約束したの。
Though that doesn't really help in the grand scheme of things if the senior years decide to not actually provide stats anyway. Getting no turf sparks there is definitely putting us in not a great spot. Oof, I don't think I might take a 25 on that.
なんかヘロヘ。
Alright, we'll trade this for the 20 speed. We're kind of a bit low on it.
ライスちゃんと。オッケー。うららは。
Yeah, I'm gonna skill. Give Mummy a hug now.
お参りの時。
Oh, or try to help minimize the screwiness around some of these early races.
ここは負けられない一番人気。
出走だ。
Yeah, when we were landing, we were still playing like
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いは3番
like StarCraft and Diablo 2 with actual discs from way back in the day.
先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は3番
Back when
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番
we bought those new, and also I guess we bought some additional ones because like
冷静さを取り戻す
Electronics Boutique was selling the battle chests and whatever
そ
for
の後ろオグリキャップ
relatively cheap.
5番そしてその外を回って桜爆心春うららここにいます。2馬身離れて2番少し離れてエルコンドルパサー大け焼きを越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はこれだ。
互いに足を止めている展開。これは直線勝負になるか。春うらら内で様子を伺う。
It definitely showed how little, like, say, Diablo 2 was actually balanced around the 8-player scaling. Because the enemies became, like, massive, massive sponges. Slow things down a ton.
200を通過。春うらら足色は衰えない。春うららリードは2馬身。3番手争いは 3番6番1着はハルララ他の馬娘たちをねじ伏せレースを制したハルララ見事に完勝
Too bad none of your friends had PCs, so you missed out on experiencing LAN party. They all just came over to play on yours. I would say that, I mean, as fun as doing PC LAN parties are, it was definitely kind of annoying to set up that many PCs for the kind of thing too, and then doing any kind of party like that with people bringing their own is also not, or is pretty unwieldy. I feel like, because one time I was over at a friend's who had a bunch of his friends bring over like their vanilla original Xboxes back when Halo 2 launched. And I mean, I guess we still needed to cart over CRT TVs, which was maybe not the greatest, but it still felt like a lot less work than doing a PC LAN party. You never got the LAN party experience either, you always just had laptops. Just didn't know the kind of people to do with. Real high school moment. Yeah, makes sense. PC cases back in the day were tanks, so bulky to move around. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, actually, if I compare the ones that I used to have, I guess some of them were like solid steel-ish, so that was maybe a little bit annoying. I don't know if they're too much bulkier than the one I currently have. Just like, they would have been heavier. But not by a ton, honestly. I think the bigger annoyance was dealing with CRT monitors. So I remember I had I think it was a 21-inch hand-me-down from my uncle back when it was kind of a big deal to have larger than a 19-inch screen. And lugging that thing up to my room, that thing was a workout. I swear that thing weighed 30 pounds. 先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばして行きます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは1番その後ろ3番1馬審査9番ここまでが先頭集団先頭は相変わらずスマートファルコン2コーナー There was no good place to grip it too. So I looked like an idiot carrying it up the stairs. その後3、4馬身開いてハルウララ外から8番差がなく4番外目をついて5番その内並んで2番外目をついて6番後方2番手に11番 Maybe it's because he got full tower size cases back then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did too. 第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう I don't think I started getting like mini cases until they were the standard for a while. 1着でゴールしたのはハルララ Easy win. The awkward hug grip walking up the stairs with a monitor. Exactly. Exactly that. I wasn't exactly the biggest or strongest kid either, so it's just even more awkward.
なんか鳥さんみたい。さあ、カシアの時間をあげるわ。
I'm still technically, I guess, not that strong either, comparatively, but I did end up getting taller, if nothing else.
なんだろう。すっごく眠くて。海行くの？どんなトレーニングなんだろう。
Game's being pretty stingy.
時間をあげるわ。
I mean, I guess that's kind of just the standard. Game doesn't like to give good summer camps, full stop.
さあ、カシアの時間をあげるわ。 なんだ。
I guess it also still puts us in a weird spot. Actually, it doesn't really make sense to race this if it's not going to be enough. So like either we do something like say the Centaur Stakes and gamble on the turf C not killing us. Or we can see how things shake out with JBC Sprint and the Champions Cup and maybe take it over here. The Sprint. And it gives us a chance to up her stats a little bit more too. Probably better to do it that way.
今年の私は
Of course, we have that chance and the game's not really doing a lot to help us. Hooray, I love single rainbows.
張り切っていこう。そうだ。
Yeah. Just remembered. I think a piece of hardware that I still have from when I did those LAN parties is I've had a 32 point.
今年の私
Oh right, I didn't meet the LAN requirements. Well, that's problematic. Forgot about that. I guess we'll do this dirt mile.
うららー、やる気満タン、絶好調だよ。
Or we could gamble the mile championship. Because apparently, do we qualify for that? No, we don't. Because of course the schedule doesn't tell us. Yeah, I guess we're We're dealing with things being extremely
ここは
scuffed.
負けられない一番人気1番
出走だ
Yeah, a thing I had from back in the day
今スタートが切られました
when we were doing those lands is another piece
こ
of
れは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
offloaded government hardware I ended up with a 32 port switch.
1番人気ハルウララ桜爆心号先頭に立ちました1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます先頭をかけますスマートファルコン続きました桜爆心号スマートファルコンと桜爆心号序盤から
That thing weighs
2
like
人がレースを作りそうですね
5
花に立った
pounds.
のは桜爆心号このままリードす
You
る
got some of those? How'd you come into
先頭から
yours?
しんがりまでおよそ14馬身桜爆心号快調に飛ばして行きます現在1番手は桜爆心号続いてスマートファルコンそれを見るように7番4番手には11
Recycling bins at Microsoft?
ここにいますそしてその
Nice.
うちエルコンドルパッサーそしてその後ろから行くのは5番第3コーナーのヨドの坂を下るその後ろから2番外から6番その外並んで9番さらに外から14番内から
Yeah, I ended up buying it on the cheap from the government.
コーナーカーブ
勝負どころ
In part because, like,
かけていきます
まだ先頭は動かない
It was-
これは直線勝負
It was back during that age where if you tried to connect multiple routers together, they would fight each other. And just like one of them would inevitably stop communicating or working. And it was cheaper to buy that offload from 32 port switch from the government than to actually like go to the store and get something smaller.
春うららの鑑賞でした2着はスマートファルコン3着はエルコンドルパーサー
So like there was a point where we had like 8 PCs connected to like a tiny super old router which connected to the 32 port switch. And we were only using a quarter of the switch. So this puts us even further behind on fans. What are we on now?
すっごく眠くて力が抜けては
Well, we'll try the mile championship. Which seems like a probably horrible idea, and if that fails, then we'll just let it end there.
ここは負けられない1
Move
番
on with the rest of the
16
run.
番春うらら
実力は完全に上位ですね
But if we win it, I guess we'll take the potential mood down to have a shot at the Champions Cup.
今スタートが切られました各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
先行争いはアイネス風神サイレンス鈴鹿マルゼンスキー期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気春うららアイネス風神快調に飛ばしていきますさあ花に立ったのはアイネス風神このままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはサイレンス鈴鹿さらにマルゼンスキー1馬身離れて西のフラワー12番続いているさらには1番差がなく14番少し後ろから菱明物その外並んで15番2馬身3馬身開いてリコーペガサスさらには春うらら10番並んでくるさらにその内からは4番さらに外エアグルーブ7番
Well,
続いている
she's doing pretty okay on positioning, but the question is if we're gonna have a
最高峰13番第4コーナーを進んで直線
end spirit that actually wins against this.
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます
まだ先頭は動かない
So 20% power penalty is gonna be kind of harsh.
まだ抑えたままだ春うららどこから仕掛けどころだ西のフラワーここで抜け出した残り400さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った行きました春うらら春うらら先端を目指して加速する残り200マルテン
Oh,
食い下がる春うらら並んできた春うらら抜け出した
give Mummy a hug, actually saving the day here.
春うらら
Alright, I guess we're doing the Champions Cup.
見事前
勝ったらお筆で勝つんだよね勝利の七丸だ
I think what we'll do here, we'll take the guts and skill points, and then we'll let this next race take her
よーしまたレース
to low energy so we can hopefully get a good recovery roll on resting.
注目の1番人気12番春うらら
出走だ
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは桜爆信号、15番11番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。先頭を行ったのはマルゼンスキー、続きました桜爆信号、早くも激しい競り合い。そしてその外15番スマートファルコン、並んでくる1馬身離れて11番、外には待機シャトル西のフラワー、並びかけてきた。少し後ろからエルコンドルパッサー、2コーナー回って向こう上面マルゼンスキー、快調に飛ばして行きます。先頭マルゼンスキー、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続いて桜爆信号、2馬身3馬身開いてスマートファルコン、11番内から行く。さらには待機シャトル、少し後ろから15番西のフラワー続いている。ここは第3コーナー桶狭間ポイント、それを見るようにエルコンドルパッサー、外から7番内、5
It's
番
looking remarkably similar to the Mile Championship, but it should be easier because of not having the power penalty.
切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。じりじり詰めるマルゼンスキー、4着を切りました。最終コーナー先陣を切ったのはマルゼンスキー。ハルウララ内をつく、すごい足だ。マルゼンスキー逃げる、200を通過。マルゼンスキー突き放す。マルゼンスキー足色は衰えない。マルゼンスキーリードは1馬身。マルゼンスキー
Second place.
やったやった、2着だよ。
Well, it's enough for the 40,000. We need another race.
すっごく眠く
So we'll have to see about sneaking another one in senior year. This is definitely not going to do things to help our stats too much.
コンディションだ。
Also, our unity is... I guess very lopsided, because I guess we do have a lot of C rankers here. Actually, these D rankers might as well be C. So yeah, I guess I was raising an eyebrow there, because they look kind of weird, but yeah, it makes sense. Considering our White Unity versus Spirit
勝
Burst.
ちは十分に狙える3番。
注目のさあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気新興ウィンディ、スマートファルコン、快調に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン、このままリードすることができるか。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。先頭はスマートファルコン、単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは8番新興ウィンディ、ここにいます。4番手10番5番手に3番、少し離れて12番、そのうち並んで6番、2馬身離れて春うらら、その後3、4馬身開いて2番、1馬身離れて1番、後方2番手に4番5番、現在シンガリラ、意気揚々と先頭を行きます。スマートファルコン、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
先頭スマートファルコン、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。続きました8番、それを見るように新興ウィンディ、その後3番5番手には10番、少し離れて6番、そのうち並んで春うらら、少し離れて12番、さらにその外からは2番、内をついて1番、第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
切り札はこれだ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
スマートファルコン、ここで抜け出した。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。春うらら仕掛けてきた。抜け出したのはスマートファルコンだが後続も追いすがる。残り200、新興ウィンディ抜け出した。先頭新興ウィンディ、しかしその
Guess we're depending on the teammates here.
新興ウィンディ、
Wow, nice give Mummy a hug at the finish
見事な
line.
勝利です。1着でゴールしたのは新。
私頑張ったもんね。 違うよ。
So where do we squeeze the other race from here?
たくさん味違う。
It's the ocean stakes. Would that actually be enough though? Actually, wait. Let me double check. If we win,
ぴょんぴょん。なんか鳥さんみたいに体が軽いんだ。
okay, so if we win both, it makes the second one's benchmark.
ねえねえ。
But
どれ
then
にしようってなったら。
it's probably gonna leave us short
きっと楽しいよ。
for the 80,000 benchmark. Let's see. How much was the Elms worth again? 3,600.
そうだ。トレーナーのお顔で福笑い作ったんだ。後で遊ぼうね。
Yeah, even if we win, even winning all of them, we come up 3,300 short.
ライスちゃんと羽根つきでたくさん遊んだんだ。でもね、まだまだ元気いっぱいだよ。
We could do the March stakes. Maybe we schedule that.
ぴょんぴょん。なんか鳥さんみたいに。シャッタマスカ。 このちょ。
ここは負けられない一番人気。
出走だ。
輝くスタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは西のフラワー、6番オグリーキャップ、期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ、西のフラワー、早くも先頭に躍り出た。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はオグリーキャップ、内6番ハルウララ、ここにいた。2馬身3馬身開いてヒシアマゾン、それを見るように11番5番続いている。4番追走、さらにその内からは2番7番並んでくる。さらに外12番3番並んでくる。
It's the
少し後ろから
DB
8番大欅を越え4コーナーへ。
切り札はそれだ。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。ハルウララまだ抑えたままだ。ハルウララ前を狙っているぞ。最後のコーナー先陣を切ったのは西のフラワー。外からハルウララ驚異的な末脚。残り400。ハルウララぐんぐんと上がっていく。ハルウララここで抜け出したハルウララ。先頭はハルウララ、これは強い。200を通過。オグリーキャップ追いすがるハルウララ、足色は衰えない。先頭は変わらずハルウララ、ハルウララ強いとしか言えないはず。
わわわわ。やったー。オッケー。 張り切っていこう。たくさんトレーニングしたし、
His stats are definitely not looking like particularly on track
こ
either.
こは負けられない一番人気。7番
So I think
ハルウララ。
the game decides to give us a turn, but also probably needs to give us a good stat inspiration too.
ファンファーレ。さあゲートが開いた。各馬 馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
芝からダートに入ります。先行争いはマルゼンスキー14番5番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら先頭をかけます。14番マルゼンスキー並んできた。激しい先頭争い。少し離れて5番2馬身3馬身開いて桜爆心王。外には11番1馬身離れて大気シャトル。さらには西のフラワー。そのうち並んでオグリキャップ2馬身3馬身開いて16番ビコーペガサス並んでくる。それを見るように春うらら13番並びかけてきた。そしてその内を回って3番そして外目を突き出しては4番後方2番手に2番6番最高峰からのレースになりました。大手焼きを超え4コーナー。
リフだわ、それだ。
勝負は最後の直線に持ち越された春うらら。前を狙っているぞ春うらら。1で4走からまだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最終コーナーを
She get pinned against the rail.
マルゼンスキー外から春うらら驚異的な末脚。残り400飛び込んできた春うらら。まくって上がってくる春うらら。抜け出したのは大気シャトルだが後続も追いつられ残り200大気シャトル。苦しいけど粘っている。並びかけてきたのは春うらら春うらら。ここで抜け出した春うらら。
Alright, no getting got by Marzensky this time.
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Damn it! My moods!
ねえね
We only have one fan fest that's gonna fix it.
おみくじで決めるのと
Hmm.
今年の
Yes,
私
I'm gonna recreation here, cause like,
お出かけだ。
that feels so weak. And I guess if we end up doubling up because we got a mood up from this race, the March 6, then I guess it's just gonna happen.
ライスちゃん
ここは負けられない1番人気7番
出走
上
だ。
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら8番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭は8番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手はオグリーキャップ。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ花に立ったのは8番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは10番少し離れてオグリーキャップ。さらには14番差がなく1番そしてその外を回って待機シャトル。内から行く5番3馬身差春うらら2馬身3馬身開いてエルコンドルパッサー外から行く6番さらには9番その外並んで12番3番並んでくる。あとは11番そしてその外を回って15番意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。8番どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが、
まだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
さあ先頭に立ったのはオグリキャップ。続いて8番外で待機シャトル1馬身離れて1番まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はそれだ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の
Guess the
直
late
線です。
corner on
中
this
山の
one.
直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。ハルウララ内をつくすごい足だ。ハルウララ並んできた。残り200。ハルウララ勢いよく上がってくるぞ。並んだハルウララ完全に抜け出したハルウララ。
Uguri and Taiki going super hard
ゴ
there.
ールイン
For this
実力
random
を生かした
G3.
レースを制した。
わわわわやったー。
Yeah, we did hit the mood up. Well, it is what it is. Well, turf, yes. That's definitely not turf, but I guess we got Ura Finale for more stats. It's like one of the 3 things we needed. Sadly, the other two missing is more crucial in run ending. Yeah, with the Earth finale, we actually managed to barely get over 100. Alright, and then a high roll on speed. Now that the game knows the run's over, it's sending out the actual high rolls. I actually haven't been paying attention to our Unity. I think if we still have 5, it would technically be workable. Yeah, we haven't done a Spirit Burst, so... Might get slightly sketchy, but 5 should still be more or less feasible for Unity 4 when we're taking the safe road.
4番人気は10番ハル。
青春スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはスマートファルコン9番進行ウィンディー。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気進行ウィンディー。スマートファルコン快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はスマートファルコン単身で飛ばしていきます。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。さあ花に立ったのはスマートファルコン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは9番。そのうち並んで進行ウィンディー4番手4番1馬身離れて1番2馬身差春うらら。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。先頭は依然スマートファルコン2馬身リード。続いて進行ウィンディー。それを見るように9番4番手に4番1馬身差1番そして春うらら1馬身離れて11番。その後3番少し後ろから2番後から7番後方2番手に5番最後方12番。意気揚々と先頭行きます。スマートファルコンどうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。一息つけるといいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ。
切り札はこれだ。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
進行ウィンディーここで抜け出した。まだ先頭は動かない。果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。さあ内から先頭を伺うのはスマートファルコン。さあこれから坂2川の舞台はこれから坂がある。外から飛んでたのは春うらら。並びかけてたのは春うらら。
No problems here.
春うらら抜け出した先頭春うらら。しかしその差はわずか。進行ウィンディー追いすがる春うらら。1着で5。
あわわわやったー。
3 to 2. Yeah, I got maybe slightly ugly.
止まりませんね。今の無駄な。
I guess we weren't even A rank yet either. This will probably auto promote us. Yeah, there it is. Hmm.
一丁あげるか。始まるも。
ここは負けられない1番人気。
出走だ。
今スタートが切られました。 各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは8番西のフラワーエルコンドルパサー。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気春うらら。さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。1番快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。先頭は1番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は8番、3番手に4番外エルコンドルパサー。差がなく西のフラワー。さらには春うらら、1馬身差オグリキャップ。1馬身離れて6番、少し後ろから10番、5番並んできた。後方2番手に9番。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
涼やかな風を肌に感じる札幌の地。先頭は相変わらず1番。続きました4番、内には8番。外を回ってオグリキャップエルコンドルパサー。追走西のフラワー。並んできた春うらら。並びかけてきた。少し離れて6番。それを見るように10番。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか、最後の局面です。
400を切りましたオグリキャップ。
No unique,
ここで抜け出した。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。まくって上がってくる春うらら。オグリキャップ食い下がる。残り200。強い春うらら。
So that we can't be too far forward.
先頭は変わらず春うらら。後ろを突き放して春うららゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制したエルムステークスを制しました。春うららの完勝でした。
I guess there's a minimum distance we need to be away from first place.
やったー。
Yeah, I guess apparently we were too close to first. We have to be 7 meters or further away while we're at the corner. So I was wondering a bit there. So it's not like when they have their own uniques, it's a wit check or anything. Yeah. Nothing worth gambling on over there. So yeah, even with that Earth finale bomb, I don't think we would have gone anywhere too notable here. It's like these training turns are petering out again. So even if we had gone the turf bait, I don't know if this would even match the first run at this point. Straightaway spur. Is that our first hint on it? No, never mind. We got a hint before. Oh, there we go. Only getting to 900 here, though, is still a bit of a hole to climb out of. Well, I guess at least this run managed to claim the mile championship for her. I don't know if I ever actually took the win on the mile championship with her before now.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは16番、3番手には15番オグリーキャップ。内から行く。さらにその内からは1番、外には11番ハルウララ。この位置につけています。外からヒシアマゾン。内を回ってリコーペガサス。内からエルコンドルパサー。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
It's one of those things where the trophy room technically has a feature that I don't think many people use, where it keeps track of the trophies across all Umas together, collaboratively. But technically it also tracks it for Uma's, like, individually. So once the compatibility update hits, I eventually want to make the attempt to just collect everything with Haru for giggles.
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね勝利の花丸だ
And hilariously, the hardest stuff will probably be in the junior year, just because there's no chance to get good inspirations for those turf mediums in there. Not the pickles. Actually, I think that's the first time the pickles have showed up this entire night. These are super awesome turns. I know, I guess we'll take the speed. Oh, there. Man, another triple on a run that's dead. Why couldn't we have these triples at literally any senior turn on that first rush?
10番人
みんな強いね次は負けないぞたくさんトレーニングした
Yeah, I guess we didn't spirit burst too much. This team seems gonna be fighting an uphill battle here. It's definitely stats capable of winning, just like... all of Zenith's gonna have higher stats.
さあゲートが開いた各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
Aside from, I guess, with Haru.
好レースが期待できそうです
芝からダートに
With
入る
Haru,
先行争いは11番
none of Zenith's gonna match her 900 speed and power.
1番人気6番5番会長に飛ばして行きます先頭は5番単身で飛ばして行きます2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは4番1馬身離れて進行ウィンディ6番ここにいます外から11番この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成していますさあ花に立ったのは5番このままリードすることができるか続きました4番6番ここにいますそしてその外を回って進行ウィンディ内をついて11番外を通りまして9番2馬身差春うらら内をついて7番大けやきを越え4コーナーへ勝負は最後の直線に持ち越され
切り札はこれだ
まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることができるのかさあ外から先頭を伺うのは進行ウィンディ春うらら前を狙っているぞ6番内で様子を伺う最後のコーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのは5番ここでかわして先頭は進行ウィンディ
There's the mummy Brock.
春うらら並びかけてきた春うらら
Time for her to escape.
一気に上がってくる春うらら残り200春うらら足色は衰えない春うららリードは2馬身これは強い勝ったのは春うらら最後以上
I think we got first and second, because I think Shinko Windy got into second. So even if Haru hadn't had it, Shinko Windy would have. Aha! Our dirt team was the only one who won. Everyone else got dunked.
負けちゃった
And Tosho only lost by a neck, though. Let's see. Opera lost by more. Halo lost by more. Kita-sen lost by basically as much length as everyone else combined. So I think everyone except for the long team were close enough that it could have flipped either way, but Kita-san definitely lost by too much to call it close. Oh well. It's not like this run was in a place where it cared about having no stopping me.
この調子な
I suppose it would be nice to have Nimble Navigator for the potential sparks. That's basically about it.
出走だ
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気春うらら島からダートに入ります。サイレンス鈴鹿快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿。このままリードすることができるか。春うらら上がっていきます。
ちょっと前に出ましたね。
先頭はサイレンス鈴鹿単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは16番。それを見るように2番差がなく西のフラワー。すぐに続いて10番さらに内からグラスワンダー。1馬審査春うらら外を通りまして14番内から行く尾行ペガサス。あとはレーシンフラッシュ。それを見るようにキングヘイロー差がなく13番内には3番内から1番後方2番手に9番大欅を越え4コーナーへまだ
I guess part of that was being rushed, but also it's a short course, so she was probably just moving up on her own.
集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのはサイレンス鈴鹿。外から上がってきたのは春うらら。残り400飛び込んできた春うらら。春うららぐんぐんと上がっていく。抜け出したのはサイレンス鈴鹿。だが後続も追いすがる。残り200サイレンス鈴鹿。食い下がる速い速い春うらら。足色は衰えない。春うらら強いとしか言えない走り。次のレースが今。
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ
2 races left. That one is probably gonna end up almost like exactly like that first run. I guess it'll be a little bit higher because we still have a few flat race bonuses to come in.
先行争いはマルゼンスキー6番桜爆心王。マルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキー。このままリードすることができるか。第1コーナー回って第2コーナーやはりマルゼンスキー続きました。桜爆心王外9番
Actually, also that depends on getting like a decent power or speed turn and not having it fail too. So maybe it does just end up looking exactly like the first one.
続いて桜爆心王1馬身離れて9番少し離れてダイワスターレット5番手6番外から行く8番そしてその外から行ったのはオグリキャップ。すぐに続いてシンボリルドルフそしてその後方には13番外待機シャトル2番並びかけてきた少し離れて春うらら1馬身離れて
Actually, I guess we're not hitting S rank team either, so losing to Zenith also means we're not gonna have ramp up as a potential white spark.
先頭は見合ったまま果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。残り400最終コーナー最初に駆け抜けてきたのはマルゼンスキー。2番手争いはチーム
But sometimes that just how it be.
残り200先頭は変わらずマルゼンスキー。春うららかわすか。春うらら並びかけてきた春うらら差し切ってゴール。春うらら URA ファイナルズ10
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ
Actually, kind of surprised that Ogre blasted past Marazinski about as fast as we did, but she was a pacer, so her speed multiplier should have been worse. %. Whatever, go for it. So we succeeded. Okay, whatever.
トレーニングしたし調子 OK だもん。このレース
Yeah, we don't need the stamina, but we might as well grab that because it's a highly discounted one that could end up as a white spark. And since we're losing so many of the skills that we'd want a white spark normally, I guess we're just grabbing whatever.
Haru
パドックでも
出走だ。
はい。スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いはミホノブルボン、マヤのトップガン、4番ハルウララ。落ち着かない様子。
スタミナを切らさないか心配です。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ハルウララ。第1コーナー回って第2コーナー、ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。花を奪っていったのはミホノブルボン。続いてマヤのトップガン、2馬身3馬身開いて4番内から行くスペシャルウィーク。
Well, we rushed so Haru promoted to late surger from Influencer again.
16番第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入ったミホノブルボン、まだリードをキープしています。続きましたマヤのトップガン、2馬身スタースペシャルウィーク。さらに4番1馬身離れてアグネスタキオン。さらに8番少し後ろから16番2馬身離れてナリタブライアン。ハルウララ並びかけてきた。内を回ってハッピーウィーク。その外並んで9番、それを見るように5番1馬身離れて2番テイエムオペラ王並んできた。後方2番手に10番6番現在シンガリだ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。ミホノブルボンどうでしょうこの展開。
切り札はこれだ。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
残り400。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって最後の直線コースに入った。並びかけてたのはハルウララ。ハルウララ完全に抜け出した。200 を
Can't leave everyone behind.
強い強い。先頭はハルウララ変わらない。強さを見せつけてハルウララ今勝利です。この子に
勝ったらお筆で書くんだよね。勝利の七丸だ。
Bourbon and Top Gun. I guess it's not quite the same as the height diff if we had Tishi Akebono instead of Bourbon, but it's close enough, I guess, for the funnies. Look at that, Bourbon's just like a head and some change taller than both Mayano and Haru.
君
Yeah, this definitely took longer than I anticipated too, but I guess we did a whole bunch of extra racing to try to salvage our fans. So I think I might have to do the 5th run offline sometime. So if we start another run now, we're definitely going like at least an hour over. Now this really does look very close to the speed and power we had on the other run, or the first run. Which I guess is somewhat impressive considering how much extra racing we had to do. What do we even take here? I guess we'll grab the discounted fighter. Ridiculous measures, sprint corners. Yeah, let's grab. Or not cloudy days. Snowy days for giggles. Why not? I don't think that's a particularly common spark anyway. Well, this is not one we're keeping around. Actually, this Ignited Spirit Power at 3 would be pretty nice if, you know, we had anything resembling a decent blue or pink. Well, too bad. I mean, I guess the first, at least the first Haru of the night got the turf sparks. So I can at least run her in the race. But I would like to have a bit of a stronger How'd this card miss 3rd place across all those? What? What is this dodo? Stamina, apparently. Okay. Hooray, another copy of Dodo! Okay, well, actually, how many event points did I get? 320,000. It's pretty good for one night. It's nice that the event basically lets... Because it's cutting the TP costs in half. So it allows me to just use to double it back to 30 and earn double points for playing with normal TP costs. Alright though. Guess I'll have to see if I can get something better in the interim, but if I don't, I guess we'll be doing more Haru runs on Wednesday. And if she succeeds, then I guess we'll be doing more Tama runs instead. If somehow both of them succeed, I don't know, I guess we're doing S rank runs. Or maybe looking forward towards the Dirt Mile CM. But I feel like I probably am not going to want to be grinding runners for another one immediately after, especially with how arduous trying to force the goddesses to not be dicks is here. So I'll probably want to take a break and maybe do something more like the standard S ranks. But we'll see. That's probably getting ahead of myself, because, you know, chances are we're gonna have to be still working on one or both. So yeah. Depending on how things go, Wednesday, Thursday we'll be doing runs with something. It'll just depend on how the Haru runs go offline and how the Tama runs go offline if she succeeds. Aside from that, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday, we're going to be starting a new Fire Emblem run, a Who's Only Shadows of Valentia run, since that's basically the only Fire Emblem game where horse units are, well, some of the horse units are subpar. Cavalries in particular definitely underperform, so we're going to try to center on using those. Alright, looks like... Well, let me make sure that Solomon's not ending soon or something. I think he's still in a match? Maybe? He's loading into something. So yeah, I'm gonna send you all over to Sullivan, who is, making a return to Eternal Return for a bit. Looks like he's trying to do some ranked grinding, so let's check in with him, see how he's doing. Anyhow, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Shadows of Valentia horse shenanigans. If not, on Wednesday for some Uma shenanigans. Have yourselves a good night.